I'm going to call the meeting of the Buchanan Board of Education to order. We want to welcome everyone that's listening in virtually to this board meeting. All meetings have been posted on our district website in our central office in each building. This is a meeting of the Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district business, and it's not to be considered a public community meeting. There is a time for regular public participation during the meeting as indicated in agenda item E. If you wish to make a presentation to the board during agenda item E, please fill out the Google form located on the district website before item G on the agenda, and we will address that. Roll call, please.
Mr. Lee.
Here.
Dr. Burnett. He's muted.
Here. Got it.
Mrs. Ryder, yes, here. Mrs. Tobler. Here. Mr. Devlamic.
Here.
Mrs. Lesh. Here. Mr. Wentworth.
Here. Agenda item C, adoption of the agenda. May I have a motion, please?
I move the agenda for the special board meeting of July 14th, 2020 be adopted as written. Support.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Lee.
Yes.
Dr. Burnett.
Yes.
Mrs. Ryder, yes. Mrs. Tobler. Yes. Mr. Devlamic.
Yes.
Mrs. Lesh. Yes. And Mr. Wentworth.
Yes. Moving on to item E, community dialogue and citizen concerns. You can just let me refresh that quickly. And I have none. Moving on to item F, interviews for the position of superintendent of schools. At this point, I will turn it over to Mark Dobias with MASB.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Again, it's good to be back here this evening for another round of interviews. A couple of notes again before we begin. On the homepage of the district website under the heading Superintendent Search, the first item is a hyperlink for tonight's board meeting. If the audience members click on that and scroll down, you'll see another link that reads, click here to leave superintendent feedback. We would appreciate you filling these out or immediately upon conclusion of each interview. And tonight, 5 minutes after each interview concludes, I will close those off and prepare a summary of those comments to send to the board so they can have them for deliberation tonight. The board will review this information prior to making a decision on candidates to call back for a second interview. And with that, Mr. President, if it's okay, I will go get our first candidate.
Please do. Thank you.
Don't do that.
Members of the Board of Education, I'd like to introduce our first candidate, Mrs. Tricia Robinson.
Hi. Hi, Ben.
Welcome. Thank you. I am smiling under the mask.
As are we.
Yeah.
We're outside.
I know, just the eyes pointing.
Did you want to use your own headphones?
Okay.
I'll take these away.
Or it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, I'm fine with that. Yep, I'm not.
If you want to put them around your neck, and then when Dr. Burnett has a question, Dennis will let you know. And then
Okay.
We have one board member participating virtually this evening and 6 of us here.
Okay.
You ready?
I believe I am. As ready as I'll be.
I want to welcome you on behalf of the Board of Education, our staff, and our entire community, and I want to extend a welcome and appreciation for you taking the time to meet with us today. We're excited to learn about your candidacy, become the next superintendent in our district. Our goal is to have you interview at your best and feel comfortable as you can in these such circumstances. We have 14 questions for you this evening and about 45 minutes designated for your interview. Don't hesitate to ask for clarification or for questions to be repeated if some of them have many parts. With that, let's get started, and I have the first question. Members of the Board of Education had an opportunity to review your materials, but our audience members have not. Can you please share your educational background, positions you've held, and relevant experiences that led you to be here interviewing for this job today?
Good evening, board and community who's watching. I do want to thank you for this opportunity as well and your time that you are putting into this process. So my name is Patricia Robinson. I do go by Trish Robinson. I have over 23 years in education. And throughout those years, I've held a number of positions. On my educational pieces, I do have a Bachelor's of Arts in Elementary Education with an emphasis on early childhood. I have 2 master's degrees, one in educational leadership with an emphasis on early childhood. I also have a master's in educational technology. And the roles that I've had throughout my career include teaching. I was a elementary teacher. I was a teacher coach. I've held the position of a grant specialist. I've held the position for a number of years of a building administrator, principal. I was a curriculum instruction director in central office. I was a assistant superintendent, and I've served as an interim superintendent as well. And I will say that the roles in my time in the building, they've all set me up with having really key experiences with dealing with students, dealing with parents, dealing with the community, also experiences with dealing with data, knowing how to read data, how to share that data with teachers. As I coached teachers, I became even more patient and understanding. My role in central administration gave me a global view of a district, giving me exposure into many avenues such as business office, operations, curriculum instruction, as I said, and then even having this opportunity as being an interim superintendent. And I believe right now, all of those pieces and exposure, knowledge, and skills have poised me to be in a position right now to apply for a superintendency position.
Thank you. Second question is coming from Dr. Burnett. He will be, put your headphone on for that.
Okay. Can you hear me, Trish?
I can. Can you hear me?
Very good.
Okay.
All right. Certainly you have done your research on Buchanan Community Schools. What have you learned about our district? Why does the position of superintendent of schools appeal to you?
Okay, thank you for the question. So I have, and what I'd like to focus on are some pride points is what I call them. So what I was able to do was utilize some data that I had access to, which was myschooldata.org. I was able to go in and look at some achievement pieces for Buchanan. And what I did see, of course, we did not do any state assessments during the school year. So I was able to see assessment data from the 17-18 school year, and then also from the 18-19 school year. And so what I did notice for our ELA data was that there were some big improvements from 17-18 to 18-19. And what I can say is that speaks volumes to the teachers, their dedication and their commitment to making some growth and actually using data to drive that instruction. I noticed that your 3rd and 5th grade students, there was like a 9% or 11% increase between those grade levels in ELA. And that is huge. That is really huge. So those are some things that can be celebrated. I also noticed on there that all of your teachers and administrators are either effective or highly effective. And what that does, it also says it relates to the data. When you see students' achievement increasing, it validates having an effective or a highly effective rating for your teachers, which is huge. Another thing that I noticed was that when you Google Buchanan right now, you see Dr. Van Dyke's recommendation for the community to be named as the nicest or kindest city in Michigan. And what it does, though, it tells me that the district plays a big part in that, in helping kids build moral character and skills within a community that helps that type of recognition come up on this community. So that speaks volumes to the district and the commitment that the board has with building students who are great citizens and who have a legacy of lifelong success. Another thing that I thought was like, hey, this is really cool. The K2C program, which is that savings account that parents are able to open. You guys give them a startup funds for that. And parents are able to focus more on putting money in so that they have money for their children at the end of their 12th grade year. And then also the Buchanan Promise. And all of those align with the mission of lifelong success. So those are some really big pieces that I've learned as I've gone through and did some study. And as I related to that, this will be a place where I will be able to build on that foundation and actually grow those types of programs. And I think it's a huge, huge, huge celebration to be looked at for the community and for the district and for the staff here within the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Glover.
School districts today are facing financial challenges, especially districts the size of Buchanan. What has been your experience in budget development, monitoring a budget, and ensuring that precious funds and resources are focused towards raising student achievement?
Thank you. So when I looked at this question, I was really excited because the students were mentioned actually in the question. A lot of times when we start budgeting, we have students separated from the finances. So I really applaud your efforts on including students in that. I think that students should be at the beginning, middle, and at the end of all budget discussions. In my former district, I was the interim superintendent. So as the interim superintendent, myself and our CFO, we had to work closely together. And we managed a general fund budget of $25.3 million. We managed a food service budget fund of about $1.6 million. We were able to manage a grant budget of $5.6 million, so almost $6 million in grant funds, state and federal funds. Within that work, I was able to work alongside my CFO. We developed customized reports that were given to our building principals, our department heads, myself on a regular basis. Within those reports, we had like a stopgap measure, which gave us a red flag if someone was going to be over budget. So we were able to actually stop that before that actually happened. My experience of working with our grant funds, I was able to, it's basically zero budgeting, zero formula budgeting, which you base it off of need, off of data, what's best for kids, what does each kid or student or school building might need. So one of the other things with the management piece is, I would say, especially for the grant, is I involved a team. It was not a top-down, it was more collaborative. I ensured that my building principals were at the voice and at the table, or had a voice and were at the table when we were budgeting, especially for our grants and Editors dollars. So that has been my experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a two-part question. What experience have you had in using technology as an instructional tool and a management tool?
So we know this at this time, it is extremely important for us to utilize our technology. We would not be able to operate or even get this far without it. So as an instructional tool, I've used it on multiple platforms in multiple ways. I've had experience with different types of software. What I will say, of all of the programs that are successful, they need to be formative for teachers. They need to be engaging for students. They need to be practical as well. And as teachers use this formative data, they're able to understand what additional strategies a student might need, or an extension of what a student might need to help them grow, or if they're above those academic levels, just giving them extension activities. As a management tool, I will say this is huge because as we are in this day and age of virtual learning, the management tool is what you would use. And with those tools, I've used a number of them within my former district. And they all have the same, pretty much some of the similar pieces. The ability to customize lesson plans, the ability to have two-way communication between students, teachers, parents, and administrators. They all have a place where grades can go, and students can actually check their grades, parents can check their grades. They have videos, they have extension activities, and they also inform the learning process for students. That has been my experience with that. Was there another part to the question?
Nope, that was it. Sorry.
That was it.
We have a beeping going on. Sorry. Good. No, you answered both. Thank
Okay.
you.
Mrs. Ryder.
Good evening. This is question number 5, and it has multiple parts. I apologize. Raising achievement levels for students continues to be our district focus. Describe your experience in implementing a guaranteed, viable, rigorous curriculum following state or national K-12 standards in the PLC model. How would your instructional leadership ensure administrators and teacher teams use authentic assessment, the data from those assessments, and other strategies to ensure that classroom teaching and learning practices are impacting all student learning?
Hey, yes, that is a very long question. However, I will say this is the pulse or the heart of the work in an educational organization, curriculum and instruction. It is what you teach, and it is how you teach, as you're delivering information and the content to students. So I've had a number of experiences with implementing a viable curriculum. The first thing you want to do overall is develop a team. This should not, in any case, ever be a top-down decision. Your team should include multiple layers, district administration, building administrators, as well as teachers who will be the ones actually delivering the information. And if feasible, possibly a student, maybe a high school student, whatever. My experience has been to develop a team. In addition to that, we reviewed the various programs that are out there. We've done our research, and we really focused on what is evidence-based, what is actually working, and what is actually practical. And once you've done that, you ensure that the communication along the way is given to all stakeholders involved. And with your smaller group, once a decision is on the cusp, you involve the greater staff. And I found involving them, you get additional pieces of knowledge and information that the team may not have thought of before. And once that happens and you have the programmer developed and you have a date of starting that, you ensure that through your PLCs, you have lots of communication and dialogue about what is working, what are some things you might need to change for the next year for that particular unit. You're using your student data as well to drive those decisions, and it's just ongoing and continuous conversations about that curriculum. And actually, whenever you do get it decided, it never stops. It's always an ongoing conversation about our curriculum. And as far as management of that, one of the big things that I was able to develop and lead a team with developing is what we would call a scorecard. We determined what were some of those high priorities or non-negotiables, what you would say, that we wanted to see in the classrooms. And as we went through classrooms doing our walkthroughs or whatever, those were the things that we would check. And then we would actually give that information to building administrators, teachers, and we would have dialogue about that. If we got feedback from the teachers, well, hey, this is just not working, we will make those changes as well. So that's how I have been able to manage and implement a viable curriculum. And the big thing is being collaborative, having communication, and actually using student achievement data with that.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee.
Yes. I also have two questions. Why would you consider leaving your current job for a position as the next superintendent of Buchanan High School or Buchanan Community Schools? And I know you served as assistant superintendent, as interim superintendent, but why do you feel you're ready to make the move to a full-time superintendent?
And I would say in my former district, I did serve as interim superintendent and assistant superintendent. And I've also had experiences with teaching, being an educator. Like I said in the first question, I've had experience coaching and being a curriculum and instruction director. So I've had several experiences in several different roles. And I believe all of those roles have really set me up to become a superintendent. So that's really like the natural next step. I've done all of these roles, so the next step would be to become a superintendent here in Buchanan Community Schools. And I think one of the other additional pieces is that I've lived my entire life here in Berrien County. I have connections with many of the area superintendents. I still keep in contact with them. I've built a really good and strong relationship with Baron Risa throughout my years in central office. And I continue to have relationships with many of the area residents as well. So I think I've set myself up to be a great candidate for this district. And then also my experiences, my knowledge, and my skills that would also play a big part in that as well.
Thank you.
What experience do you have in developing a culture of mutual support and appreciation, of making a school a place where kids want to learn and staff members want to work?
So my big experience with that has been as a building principal. And I would say this, that I started as a building principal coming into some training that had us focus on building mutual relationships and working in collaborative groups. And this training was built on the belief that in order to help and support student achievement, you had to do it collaboratively. There was no I in this whole thing at all. And so as I went through this training, all of the strategies were based on building teams, helping us understand each other, helping us know what our work and the big goals would be, and having us move towards those same goals. We also know that with working with people, working with groups, there are times when there will be some pushback. We honor that. We open that up and we set ourselves up through our training to understand why there needs to be pushback, or you might want to say conflict, within an organization. And I think the big thing about that, what I do is build relationships with people. I communicate. I ensure that everyone knows that if I am not being held accountable as well, you have the right and the duty as an educator to make me know that, because we are all here to support our students, to advocate for our students. So if we have that collective understanding and the collective work together, that helps build a mutual relationship and a mutual culture within our staff. Also with students, utilizing perception surveys from parents and getting their input on what makes this place a good place for you to want to come to is also important as well. And as you do that, you're able to take that data, once again, utilizing some data, taking that data and making the changes as necessary based on feedback. So that's really how I've been able to do it, is using those surveys and building the positive relationships.
Okay, thank you.
Next question's fine. How have you been an effective communicator? Can you give some specific examples? What are some of the key strategies a superintendent should use in communicating with the various audiences?
So communication, I'll go back to the training that I had earlier. That has been my DNA. And one of the other big things of being a good communicator is also being an excellent listener, knowing when to pause, knowing when to just listen and be in tune to the person who's speaking with you. I think that is one of my biggest traits as a communicator. Examples of ways that I've communicated within my former district. I sent out weekly memos to my staff, to my building principals, and then also to the board. All of those communications may look differently, but they all went out on a weekly basis, informing everyone of the newest updates. And it may have been small, it could have been 2 paragraphs, but our staff looked for those during my role as the interim superintendent. Also, in utilizing some of the social media platforms, I've used those. I've used Facebook several times. I've also put together videos, pushed them out there on YouTube, and communicating information to our parents. Our website was a really big piece during my internship to communicate information. And I've also used the robocall piece to communicate to the masses. Was there another part to that question?
No, I think
So I answered like specific examples.
Yep.
And
what are
then,
some of the key strategies a superintendent should use in communicating with various audiences?
okay. And then the other thing is for me, is making changes based off of the audience. So if I'm going in to talk to kindergartners, I'm not going to talk to kindergartners like, I talk to the high schoolers. So it's really knowing your audience and knowing who you're speaking with is key as well.
Thank you. Mrs. Tobler.
Back to me.
Okay.
Please describe your leadership style. How does that leadership style work in a day-to-day operation of a school district? Would you describe yourself as having a proactive or reactive style?
So I'm going to go back to my word and my theme that I think I've been communicating here is collaborative. And I am a collaborative leader. That is just my DNA. That's always who I've been. I enjoy working in teams. I enjoy having that understanding that we're all here for the same purpose and we're all moving towards the same goal. So I think one of the big things that I do is empower others to lead. And as we do that, we have our mutual understanding, we have our goal. And that is done through various ways in meetings. We have, different strategies that you can use to ensure that you have a common goal and everybody knows the purpose of what we're doing. Once we have that, people own the work. And it's not so much as buy-in. When you're buying in things, it's like, oh, they're just telling us to do this. But when you own it, you own it. And you own the good, the bad, the ugly with it. And so that is one thing that I was able to do specifically is as I build these relationships, I really empower my staff. And that is just the type of leader I am. And whether I'm proactive or reactive, and I'm going to say this, is I'm both. So here's the thing: you plan out your school year, and then you have a pandemic. Well, no one planned it.
No.
So, in more than your usual cases, you are planning. You have your strategic plan. Buildings have their district improvement plans. You plan out the big fall comeback. You do that because those are the things that usually happen on a year basis. And you do what you can. You control what you can control. It's one of the highly 7 habits. So as you do that, we know that there are hiccups. But as a leader, you're able to respond to those things that you haven't planned for. And you're able to respond to them quickly, getting information quickly from your team, and then we're moving forward. But in the most cases, we have to, as educators and as an educational facility, actually be proactive in doing what we do on our day-to-day basis. And how things look with me as my leadership skill, people will be happy to lead. We're all moving along towards the same goal, towards the same mission, because it is very clear and it's understood, and we have ownership of that work. So
Thank you.
Dr. Burnett next.
This is going to be question number 10.
okay.
It is essential that the board and the superintendent are on the same page and together are a high-functioning, effective leadership team. Briefly describe what you see the role of the board and the role of the superintendent to be, and what do you see as the key elements of a great board superintendent relationship?
Okay, so clearly the role of the board is to develop policy, to hire superintendent, approve budget. And the role of the superintendent is to actually, run the budget, operate the day-to-day operations along with his or her team. The board also has a role in connecting to the community, ensuring that the goals of the district are being met, ensuring that the students have what they need, have the resources that they need as they move forward. So there are just some, baseline foundational pieces, but as a board, there are additional things that they're at the heart of the matter that drive the work that the board does. And I think for the relationship between the board and the superintendent, it's important that there is communication, there is collaboration, there is a common vision, and there are common goals that are set there. Once those things are established, it will build a very strong relationship between the superintendent and the board. The communication and the collaboration at the heart of those is trust. And I think the way you build trust is just being able to work together, having time to get to know each other, understand what the mission, the common mission and the common goals are, and then ensure that you are following through with what we said and what we have planned. And that is the big thing. As we planned the year, we have our strategic planning and our strategic plan, ensuring that that plan is implemented and we follow through, utilizing data as well with those plans. So I think those are the key pieces.
Thank you.
Mr. Blumett.
Everybody in a leadership position has made mistakes. Describe one significant mistake that you have made. What was the fallout? How did you deal with it? And what did you learn?
Okay, thank you. So when I read this question, I'm like, oh, I have to bear all. I have to bear something that I did not do well. And as I thought about this, I thought about something that we all have in common. And one of those is as leaders and supervisors, the staff that we hire. So an example, and I have many of these that are like this though. Someone sits in front of you, they interview really, really well. And the resume is loaded. They come on board, and I had someone like this in my district that I did supervise. The person came on board and was doing extremely well the first 4 months of them being in the position. Then there became some red flags. People began to murmur. There just were some things that were just not right. And when parents began to complain, of course, I need to kind of delve in and investigate a little bit more. So as that time went on, I did have to connect with the person, and we together walked through this process. The process of, number one, me sharing what's happening, what's wrong, giving this person an opportunity to make some improvements. When that didn't happen, I had to take it a step further, and that was then to use the evaluation tool and put this person on a plan. That plan, we did the plan together, we completed it together. We had outlined the goals of that plan and what it would look like. All throughout this conversation, the person knew that, and it was clear that if this did not work, the next step would be non-renewal. So as time went on, it just did not happen. So I had to agree, the person understood that the next step would be non-renewal, and that's what happened. But the good thing about this is what, not good, because it's never good to have to relieve someone of their work. It's a hard decision, but it's right for kids. But what was good about this was that We communicated together. We walked through this together. I had to be upfront with the problems. The person understood that. We were clear about what the goals would be, what it would look like if it was implemented right, and what would be the next steps if it were implemented right or not. So because we were clear, we were on the same page, there were constant check-ins, very frequent. It wasn't a battle, but I did have to come and make that decision. So my mistake is, and and I don't know if it's a mistake because you just never know. And made the mistake too, could have been, just should have done something a little bit faster. But it is goes to hiring. You really think that you're hiring the right person. However, when they get into that job, they're just not the right fit. And you've lost time with students.
Thank you. Mrs. Leish.
Oh, sorry, right. How would you hold staff who report to you accountable to high standards? And how will you ensure that administrators hold staff accountable to high standards as well?
So one of the big thing I'm going to go back to is collaboration, communication, relationships. So as the my direct reports, we meet, and what we collaboratively do is develop what the expectations are. As we develop those expectations, we are clear about what it looks like, timeline of when things are checked, what is expected of evidence, documentation. It's just clear and it's understood. And I think if we work as we work together with this, we begin to have just a mutual understanding. And that has been my whole way of doing things as I supervise people. We meet, we develop those expectations, and we outline what it will look like as I have to do the evaluations or whatnot. In addition to that, I think one thing that was really big that I did was develop that scorecard with my administrative staff. And we had an agreed outlook on what would be expectations with implementation of curriculum, with implementation of what, our discipline goals. All of those were laid out, and there was understanding between both groups. And another big thing is having monthly direct report meetings, ensuring that I'm visible in buildings helps with that as well. And those are often frequent, regular, some scheduled, some not scheduled, but making sure I'm visible and actually seeing things in progress there. And I think one of the big things is that as I modeled for my staff, they also took that and modeled that same piece for their staff. And that will be another expectation, I would say, for the people who report to me as they're supervising their staff, that they would still have to model those same type of pieces. They will be able to bring in their own in some way, but there'll be some set up or standardized expectations for us to actually utilize as we move forward and as we evaluate and hold everyone accountable. And I will go back to saying this too, is that I need to be held accountable as well. And I think that if I am doing something that does not go along with what our expectations are, there should be a door open for us to have that collaborative conversation or that crucial conversation between us. So,
thank you.
Mrs. Ryder.
Schools may have to develop outside the box responses to crises. We have to do that quickly. How have you kept up on recent major issues such as COVID-19 or social and racial unrest? What has been your most successful and innovative idea dealing with a crisis which altered the organization or operation of schools? Describe why it succeeded and or what you might have done differently in hindsight.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we've all had to respond to this pandemic. So I'll take the social unrest, kind of comment a little bit about that first. And so what I've done is really taken the opportunity to re-educate myself and also to be part of conversations. I think as you know, we are all Americans. We all need to be a part of those conversations, have some input, especially as things are changing, so that we can leave this country in a better place for our kids. Because we're looking at legacy right now, we're looking at the future. So I think it is important for all of us to be a part of those conversations. So those two things I've been doing. As it goes with COVID-19, I have been keeping myself abreast of the briefings. I've been listening to our state and federal leaders, listening to the experts. I did mention that I still connect with many of the area superintendents, so I've been connecting with them as well. And then also, I do know that the Barron County Health Department has been working with districts on the reopening plan. So I've been looking at that website very often, checking those updates, and like looking at the latest numbers with Barron County. So on the second part of the question, so a crisis that I have been a part of. So, and it's going to be a little story, but so I go into work one morning and as an assistant superintendent, and all of a sudden, the superintendent is removed for the rest of the year, and I go. So I gathered my composure, grabbed my team together, and as I was explaining what had just happened, what we have to juggle, we decided, okay, we have our partnership agreement going. We're coming out of the partnership agreement. We're going into a cooperative agreement. We're changing all over. We're working on this budget and trying to ensure that we are meeting with the treasurer department. So all of these things I had to handle. We decided, though, that we will remain resolute with our instructional practices, remain resolute with our plans that we had in place. So we focused on that. So that was something out of box. We didn't break down. We didn't cry. We just kept going. We also had to close the school year. We had to deal with NEEP, MSTEP, and any other assessments that we had going. So we remained focused on that. And in addition to that, one big thing that came out of this was that we knew that we had to continue to plan for professional development. Our teachers were retired. So we reached out to some of our retired teachers in the community, asked them to come back, and asked them during the day they would come in and they would sub for teachers, but we would give them like an hour and a half of professional development. Teachers were then able to take that information back, if there were strategies, and really implement them right then and there during the school day. It was a perfect plan. It worked out really well. In addition to that, our teachers, and I will say this before I say that, so our crisis in a district affects teachers as well as students. So I had to figure out a way to get our teachers some support. I connected with Lakeland Community Health, and we were able to provide some mental health training, some stress releasers for our staff during that time as well. And I think what I was in tune to being able to juggle this, but I also had to focus on the people who are working with our students. And with that, we were able to get through that school year. I was able to close the school year and then actually work on opening up the next school year. So that was one of the out-of-the-box things, was we developed the embedded training. And then we also reached out with Lakeland, and we had stress releasers and just training for our teachers and our staff.
Thank you.
Julie. All right, I have the last question for you. What are the most important first steps a superintendent should take when starting in a new district?
Okay, so as I thought about this question, I think the biggest thing for me is to pause and listen. And as I am reaching out to the different stakeholders, the union representatives, the community leaders, the school board, I think it's important for me to meet with each individual school board as well. The big questions would be, what are our strengths? What's really working? And then what are some of those areas that we can take those opportunities and grow? I think it's important also for me to utilize some of the data that is already presented or already here in the district. I do know there is a report on your website and that there was a study done, I think back here in February, Dr. Looney, Utilizing some of the recommendations from that will be very helpful for a new superintendent. But the biggest thing is to pause, listen, gather information, utilize the data, and then actually just working with and observing as well. I was part of many different changes in my former district. And I know all too well the impact it has when a new administration comes in and changes your work that you've done. And you felt that you worked so hard, you owned this, things are in place, and it's thrown out. And I understand how that is on the receiving end. So my goal would definitely not to be to have this, this sort of chaotic level of change, but definitely to take input, take the data, and actually get to know and build relationships with the entire staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's your turn now. Do you have any questions, a question or two you'd like to ask of the board, or do you have a brief closing statement you'd like to make?
So I have just one kind of question, and it is like, what are you most proud of about the district? And that's my only question. I don't know.
I think it's the pride in the community that really drives our district.
Okay. And I can see that. I can really see that.
Does anybody have anything they want to add?
I will just say that our school name says it all. Buchanan Community Schools. I've had, I taught here for a number of years, and I had people who would come in and say, I never understood it. Never understood that community until I came here.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And you see it immediately, even if you're here a day, a week, or your entire life. This is a community school.
Okay.
Thanks for that question.
You're welcome. And then just as my closing statements, I did have these little pamphlets for you. And I really wanted you to see my smile. So I know I'm behind this mask. And then also in it, I just have some core beliefs there. And my core beliefs that everyone is different. We embrace uniqueness, just financial stewardship. I believe in collaboration. All of those are important. And I believe all of those align with the mission statement, your goals and your beliefs as well. I would love to have the opportunity to sit in front of you as your superintendent of Buchanan Community Schools and be able to expand on and grow many of the programs that you have here and to be a part of this good work here in this community. I do thank you for this opportunity. I certainly appreciate it. And thank you, community, for your time as well as you've listened to me and get to know me a little bit better as an educator. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In a normal circumstance, we'd all shake hands.
Yeah.
I know. It is so different.
Sure. We can start right at 6:30. For everyone that's listening virtually, we will resume with our next interview at 6:30. Thank you very much. And remember that on the school website is a link to leave comments. Thank you.
I didn't get it. Oh, here it is.
I gotta get that.
Did it log you off?
Well, when I went to look at that stuff,
Okay.
yeah, it did. Now I can't find it.
Members of the Board of Education, I'd like to introduce our next candidate, Mr. Mark Ferlin.
Good evening.
Bill, no, this is. Never looked at.
How's everybody doing tonight?
Great.
to
Thanks.
see you.
Timer.
Nice to see you again.
I didn't.
I'm ready. Do you want me to? You told me I didn't have to have-
You'll need it when Harvey asks a question, so. Okay. Mark, on behalf of the Board of Education, our staff and entire community, I want to extend a welcome and appreciation to you for taking the time to meet with us today. We're excited to learn about your candidacy to become the next superintendent in our district. Our goal is to have you interview at your best and feel comfortable as we can in these conditions. We have 14 questions for you this evening and about 45 minutes designated for your interview. Don't hesitate to ask for clarification or for questions to be repeated. Some of the questions have multiple parts. With that, let's get started, and I have the first question.
Thank you.
The members of the Board of Education have had an opportunity to review the materials for their audience members have not. Share your educational background, positions you have held, and relevant experiences that led you to be here interviewing for this job today.
Mr. President, Board of Education, first of all, I'd like to thank you for again giving me the opportunity to interview and work with you more in the future as we discuss the future for the Buchanan Community Schools. I'm also excited as I know that we have the community online, including staff and parents watching via YouTube. So I'm excited that they have involvement in this process. I know that sometimes when you're talking about your background and so on, there's always the question that people want to ask that you can't. And since I'm an open book, and those of you that know me know that, I'm going to start with my family because I think that's important. As of July 22nd, I will have been married to my wife for 20 years. We have 4 children, 2 at the elementary level, 2 at the high school level, and I've lived in southwestern Michigan and in Marion County my entire life. With respect to education, I graduated from Michigan Lutheran High School, and I attended Southwestern Michigan College for 2 years, and then I attended Western Michigan University and had my undergraduate and master's degree from Western Michigan University. I currently hold a dual certification in administrative leadership at the K-12 level, and also I currently hold a math and PE teaching certificate, as I've always thought during my teaching and administrative career it was important to have both of those stay up to date. Work history prior to getting into actual education, and I think that comes from my heart of hearts of where I've learned how to work hard and work with people. I grew up in southwestern Michigan working on the area farms, and so that's what that work ethic comes from. During my time in college, I worked as a builder of pole barns, and then I also, my last 2 years of college, worked in the insulation field. And it was ironic when I took my first job in administration in Buchanan that I was going to work at the middle school, and I see a head shaking over there, so I knew where this question is going. Liberty Installation was right across the street. That was a pole barn I had gone to while I was in college, so it was just ironic to kind of really come home. My teaching experience, I started out at Benton Harbor High School, and I taught approximately 3 years there at the high school. I taught math at the high school level. I then moved on to Dowagiac Union Schools and started my teaching career there. And the first year, I taught a split session of math and PE at the middle school level and then high school math. I then was at the end of that year, I was asked by the superintendent to move to the high school and teach PE. And during the 2 years at the high school, we updated the fitness center and changed the curriculum to lifetime skills. At that time, I decided that I wanted to get into administration, and there was a dean of students, student advocate position at the middle school, and I applied for and was given that position. That position dealt with dealing and working with at-risk kids in the area of attendance issues and their grades, and also allowed me to work with kids outside of school. During that time, while I was in Dowagiac, I also began to coach softball and then coach junior varsity softball for several years. We actually used to play Buchanan a lot, and so I have great memories of being competitive with Frank Mucho. So I know you get a chuckle out of that. At the end of 3 years of doing that position, where the attendance did improve and discipline did decline, as I kind of handled some of the minor disciplines, not as an administrator because it was paid out of at-risk funds. I was asked by the superintendent to move to the elementary building, Patrick Hamilton. So I moved to that building and did that for 1 year, the same duties. During that year, at the end of that year, there was a position that became open in Buchanan, and the administrator at that time, new administrators over here, actually knew Mr. Casey very well and encouraged me to apply. And I'm glad I did, because I've been here 18 years ever since. During my 5 years as the assistant principal at the middle school, and I'll never forget this, my first year as an assistant principal, we had 1,300 referrals. We had lots of fights. I see a couple head shaking, so they remember back to that time. By the end of the first year, the team, the teachers, and myself had worked together along with the principal at that time to decrease that from 1,300 to 800. And one thing that I initiated after that first year is we had to have more parent contact. And I think that's important. I think parents appreciated that. After 5 years of working as the assistant principal, I was asked by the superintendent to become the principal at the middle school, and I held that position for 12 years. During that time, I was the leader that brought in the PLC model, or PLC, professional learning communities, into the building. And I know we're going to talk about that a little bit later. During that time, we also implemented the Pride expectations, which actually you see on the wall behind me, and it's still in place today. Safe and Civil Schools Initiative dealing with behavior expectations. At the same time, the high school is doing that, and they still use that today. Innovations. While middle school as the principal, I led the charge to increase the use of technology. And so we'll talk about that a little bit later. But we also, because I thought it was important, at the time when 6 through 8 was here, I worked with the high school principal, and we instituted an algebra class for high school credit. And so that is still in place at the high school today. During my time as the principal and working at the middle school, I was a co-district title director, which dealt with at-risk and title funds for the entire district. And I was in charge of the district capital committee for 8 years. And there's at least one member of this board that was on that committee at that time with me. At all times, I promoted high academics, and high MSTEP scores were obviously available and out there for us. Some of you may be remember that in 2010, I was asked by the retiring superintendent and the Board of Education to be the interim superintendent. And so I did that position for that summer. And during that time, I worked with the high school principal, and we were given and approved for a school improvement grant of over $1 million. So that was advantageous to the technologies getting into the high school. In my current role as the Executive Director of Academic Services, that's a big, long title. I'm basically the curriculum director. I work with K-7 assessments. And this past year, I led the charge and worked with the 2 elementary principals, Mike Dunn and Stacy Dennison, in securing 2 early reading literacy grants for the elementary level. I have led the charge with the 2 elementary buildings, specifically Moccasin, because it is part of the HILL project, which is high impact leadership with respect to literacy, and trying to get that building working in a little bit more positive direction. I've also secured funds for next year to have that same consultant who is doing it kind of on a free basis this year to work with the staff at Ottawa under the leadership of Stacy Dennison. And Stacy, to give her credit, actually was the person who, with the former superintendent, had decided to bring that into Moccasin. She moved over to the other elementary building, and I just kind of led the charge that let's make sure that we're doing this K-4. I believe that my vast experiences and strengths, including collaborating with the current administration, having strong communication skills, allowing me to have those tough, crucial conversations. I'm well known and respected in the county and in the region as an administrator. and my highly effective status as administrator over the last several years has prepared me to lead this district as we move forward, keeping in mind the big picture that students, staff, and high academics are number one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is Dr. Burnett. So we need your headphones.
All right. Can you hear me, Mr. Curlin?
I sure can, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Certainly you have done your research on Buchanan Community Schools because you've been part of us for a long time here. What have you learned about our district? What does the position of superintendent of schools, or why does the position of superintendent of schools appeal to you?
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. First of all, obviously living in this area my entire life, I'm well aware of the small town atmosphere that Buchanan brings, and I've actually, because I've lived in southwestern Michigan, I appreciate that. I've had lots of opportunities and been asked to apply in different districts and so on that are bigger, and I just like that hometown feel. As I tell people, I've always lived in the country, and I love that, and that's what I still do today. Most recently, if you're looking at Buchanan, it's just been nominated as one of the nicest towns in America, finalist in the Reader's Digest poll because of the area of dealing with kindness, civility, and helping each others. If you come to town and you know this town, you know there's a big, strong background in the theater and the arts, including supporting music and the arts. If you know anything about Buchanan, you know that there is Buchanan Pride or Buchanan Promise in place. Okay, so the Pride, first of all, deals with the athletics. Parents support athletics. They've also supported education in the recent past by passing of the bond, which obviously put $16 million into the middle school and also gave some money to Ottawa Elementary. With respect to the Buchanan Promise, the community, one donor, major donor, put forth several $1 million, and there's something called the Buchanan Promise that allows for a person who graduates from the Buchanan Community Schools, if they've lived here their entire life, they can use that up to $10,000 towards post-secondary education, and that's a special to this district. And I think people need to be aware of that. It allows students to use it towards a 2-year degree, a 4-year degree, or a trade school, or some other programs, but I just think it's vital, and that's important. When you talk about academics, which I've stated is number one, I know for a fact after living here for 18 years or working here for 18 years that the district is strong on looking at raising student achievement scores and high academics. If you were to go in and investigate the K2 NWA scores, you would know that they rank in the upper quartile for projected norms. That includes also moving over to the middle school and at the other elementary building. MSTEP scores rank in the top 10 in the county and have done so over several years. When you move into the high school and look at their PSAT scores, you will see that we're in the top 5 in the county. And then the most important thing that people look at in today's times when looking at the SAT scores, we also rank in the top 5 in the county. And that's under the leadership of Stacey Dennison. So I think there's an applause that can go out to the board and to the leadership team and to the teachers and staff in the district. To be honest, though, working here and so on, if we're going to look at some things that need to be improved, obviously, number one would be when we're talking about education of all students, even though our scores might be high, we still have to look at those students that are struggling. And I know the district has put forth a strong emphasis over the last several years to work in that area. And I've been a part of that. The second area that I would say that is in need of support, if I'm being honest and truthful, which I always am, is facilities. You know, the community did a great job of supporting the bond the last time it was passed with respect to the middle school and one of the elementaries. There's still a need, and I think we all would agree that there's still a need for some work to be done at Moccasin and at the high school and possibly some of the athletic fields. When you start to look at technology, I know that, as I stated in my first question, the high school is 1-to-1 with respect to technology. The middle school is also 1-to-1. Under my leadership and the bond, we brought in 1-to-1 technology. I also know that the board is a strong advocate of technology, and that's why I have been working with the superintendent and the technology director to try to implement 1-to-1 at the elementary level, and we're looking at possibly using some CARES Act money to purchase that. There's a strong administrative team in place, which I work well with, looking at implementing more PLCs in the district. Teachers have a strong relationship with their students. And then probably the most important thing, when you're talking about money, if you look at the district from a financial standpoint, it's very strong. There's over 20% fund equity, and I commend the board for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Department.
School districts today are facing financial challenges, especially districts the size of Buchanan. What has been your experience in budget development, monitoring the budget, and ensuring that precious funds and resources are focused towards raising student achievement?
First of all, my teaching certificate is in math and PE, and so I like to look at numbers. I know that's crazy to some people, but I do. But from a budget standpoint, I've always looked at it from a standpoint of a zero-based budgeting, where we're looking. I have no problem looking line by item by item on a Skyward report. I have had those discussions with my staff that have been under me of how we're looking to put forth our money towards the best education of our students. I'm known for being conservative and being able to use money over and over again. I think that I'm very strong in having those tough conversations with staff and working with the current leadership team. I feel like I'm able to ask those tough questions that are thinking outside the budget and put those ideas forward. From the standpoint of tracking specific budgets in my building, as the leader of the middle school, I created spreadsheets that tracked our sub accounts for T&A, trust and agency accounts, 15 sub accounts. And as a co-title district director, I created the spreadsheets, and some of those are still being used today, that would track over the $300,000 budget that was used for title and at-risk. That information was uploaded to the state side by the business manager, but that process is still being used today. In these times when you're thinking about resources and advocating it towards student achievement with COVID in place, obviously you have to look at ways to save money and make it go in certain directions. I think that from the standpoint of budget and making sure we're financially strong and how we're using our finances, I would like to think outside the box with respect to how we might generate more funds for the district. And so I've been in discussions with Mark Fry, our CTE and virtual director, on how we might expand that program to bring in more money to the district. I think it's important that that being the next superintendent, that we look at building our partnerships with the businesses in the area and how that might support what we're doing. And lastly, look at securing more grants, as I've started doing my role today. All in all, I think we just have to look at how we're monitoring our money, making sure that we're putting forth the best effort, best foot forward in how we educate our kids.
This is a two-part question. What experience have you had in using technology as an instructional tool and as a management tool?
Great question, Mrs. Lush. I think that as the leader of the middle school and also in my current role as the executive director, I've always encouraged the most use of technology as possible. During my time as the leader at the middle school, I brought in NWA as an assessment tool, a standardized assessment that would allow us to see where kids are doing along in the areas of math and reading, and then some of those scores can also transfer into how we're doing on the M step. Also, during the time as the leader of the middle school, we brought in Study Island as a response to intervention program, and that actually was in all four areas, core areas: math, science, social studies, and reading, still being used today. Allows teachers to assign specific areas to students, but also as an enrichment tool, which again is in my leadership background, I think is important that we have enrichment for our students. Delta Math is an online math assessment program that we collect data with and have done in the past. And actually, some of the teachers that have left our district and work as consultants in the county have transferred that and used it in other buildings in other districts. Imagine Math is a current online math program that's being used right now or has been used in the last 2 years that allows students to work at their own pace, but it also allows at times for students to work one-on-one with an instructor. So they might have a math teacher at the other end that can help them. Okay. SchoolNet is an online assessment program that I brought into the middle school as the leader of the middle school. It's also being now used at the high school in certain areas. That allows staff and teachers to create assessments. It can be directed at specific Common Core standards, or it can be created and used for just regular formative assessments. We did that at the middle school in all areas, including fine arts, which I think is important as we're talking about the whole child. And so we implemented that. From the standpoint of a management tool, we use Dibbles at the elementary level to collect data on students. I have been a leader in promoting the use of Excel as a data wall sheet for how data is being used by at-risk kids. And while the leader at the middle school, we implemented a 5 through 7 data wall, which would track every assessment, every common assessment that was being used. And that information has been used at the high school level as 7th graders move into the high school. Obviously, we use Word as a mail merge to support our efforts in communicating with our parents and keeping them up to date on what their data looks like. And then I think when you're looking at evaluation of teachers, I've worked closely with the leadership team this year in implementing our new standards for success evaluation system, and worked closely with the company to make sure that what we wanted to do as a leadership team is being applied and used in that program. Recently, I've just been asked just last week to be on the countywide rigorous remote learning committee. So I'm excited to attend that first meeting on Friday to kind of look at how the county is doing with respect to using technology as we move forward to the start of the reopening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ryder.
Good evening, Mark. This is question number 5. Raising achievement levels for students continues to be our district focus. Describe your experience in implementing a guaranteed, viable, and rigorous curriculum following state and national K-12 standards in the PLC model. How would your instructional leadership ensure administrators and other teacher teams use authentic assessment, data from those assessments, and other strategies to ensure that classroom teaching and learning practices are impacting all student learning?
Mrs. Ryder, that's a great question. Obviously, with the implementation and leadership of the PLCs at the middle school, to be a little more specific and direct, I led the charge to put teachers on teams, maybe 2 math teachers together, 2 science teachers together, and so on. We worked hard at looking at essential standards, which would go to your point of Common Core standards or national standards, again, across the board, not just the core areas, but fine arts also. We implemented common and formative assessments, and then I implemented a common data analysis form called the learning cycle, which allows us to, first of all, collect some information on a pretest on how a student's doing, and then we take that information on all of our kids, which low, medium, and high. Then we can go back and look and change our instruction, how we're doing, retest again. Then we have those discussions as a team, whether it's the principal and the math department, or the principal and the 2 teachers, or the 2 teachers, looking at how they're doing. If, for example, Mark is giving an assessment and Joe is giving the same assessment, and we give that assessment and Mark's scores come back low, but Joe's scores come back very high, as a leader or as a teacher, we need to be able to look outside the box and say, what instructional strategies did you do, Joe, that I didn't do that can help our kids? And I think that's important when we're talking about educating all students. The last part of the PLC process is a multi-tiered system of support. That's both academically and behaviorally. And so the middle school has been known under my leadership. We created an advisory hour, which is where that RTI was put in place. We also used Friday as kind of a common family time. But then part of that, the second part of that is the behavior piece, which is that pride model, which you see behind me on the wall and still in place today. That's the behavior expectations that are taught throughout the year, reinforced. And that's also being used at the high school now. I know that the elementary level is implementing some of the PBIS standards. And then I've met with Michael Dunn, who's the principal at the middle school, and I'm encouraged by his efforts in thinking about going into that next year also. High school has Exact Path in place this year under leadership of Stacy Dennison, which is part of their RTI program. So I think as a whole, you can see that I believe strongly in that whole child and holding everybody accountable. As an instructional leader, I think you have to have high standards with respect to the PLC. That means that as the superintendent, I would have the expectation that the principals would be involved in looking at the data, talking with teachers, from the standpoint of authentic assessments. And I did this as the leader also. I met with the teachers, looked at their assessments, see how they were doing, gave some input on what they were doing. Some of the assessments might be multiple choice. I would always tell them, please make sure you're trying to look at giving those students some outside or real world examples. Okay, so that might be a lab they might do. It might be a project they're doing, project-based learning, and something that's scored in looking at a portfolio or using a rubric. We might not be there as a district just yet, but I know we have teachers out there that are doing that, and I think we need to encourage that more. All of those things I've done as a leader.
Thank you, Mark.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to thank you for your dedication to the Buchanan Community Schools for the last 18 years.
No problem.
Why do you want to leave your current position? Why do you feel you're ready to make the move to superintendent?
I think that over the last 18 years, I've gained a great amount of knowledge working with different administrators, different superintendents. If you would ask me 10 years ago if I wanted to be superintendent, I would have said no. I had a couple young kids the first time when I was asked to be the interim superintendent, 2 superintendents ago, and the last superintendent, when they both left, I still had 2 young kids. My wife was pregnant with one, and I still had a young one. And so to me, that was still important to me and still is also now, but obviously the hours involved. I went back to selection criteria, and the first area dealt with education and background. I feel that my strong elementary, middle school, and high school background, along with my central office, has prepared me to make the next step and push this district forward. I think also when you look at my background in construction, dealing with the last bond, working with the staff at the middle school, on implementing and spending $16 million in this building and seeing what it shows that I have the planning and background to push us forward. Second area was leadership. I promote high academics. I've been innovative in the use of and bringing technology into the district and the buildings. I have a strong background in implementing the PLC model, and I also have a curriculum knowledge and background. The last is in the leadership areas, I just feel like I work well with all staff in this district. The last area dealing with personal attributes, as I've stated before, staff and the students are number one, along with high academics. I feel that I'm respected by all, and I'm proactive and think outside the box. Fourth thing is that I'm visible. I attend athletic events, educational events, and I volunteer in the community. I've been a member of the Empty Bowls Project for several years. We actually used to host it here at the middle school, then it went back to the high school. I'm a lifelong learner. I think it's important that you attend different statewide organizations and so on. From my heart, I feel that over the last 18 years, I've shown that I'm persistent. I have the stability and consistency in dealing with the current crisis that is felt by many in this district related to relationships, transparency, and accountability. And I will return that to accountability and trust, and I can heal the district. Thank you.
What experience do you have in developing a culture of mutual support and appreciation, of making a school a place where kids want to learn and staff members want to work?
I think that's one of my strongest attributes. I believe, and I've told people this as long as I've worked in education, especially in Buchanan, that you have to treat people the way you want to be treated. And that's in my heart of hearts again. I think relationships are important. Our number one goal is to support students, staff, and parents. I've always told people and people that know me that there's no I in team, and that it doesn't matter what your title is. Okay. I have been known to set up tables, supervise events, work with students one-on-one, but still being the leader, allow parents to stop down or stop in and see me and vent, or teachers to stop in with a concern. I just have that as a leader, you have to be willing to do it all. And I think I've done that over my time here. I'm always positive. People that know me, and when I interact with people, they know I say, good morning, how are you doing? Thank you. I'll put that in an email all the time with a little smiley face. I think it's just important that we show staff that we appreciate them and students that we appreciate them, no matter who they are. It's the little things that count. Sometimes I'll give free lunch to someone, or just do the little things. I think you have to show people that you care. I'm visible, as I've stated before. And I think the last two sometimes are tough for people to do, but I have no problem doing that. And maybe it's just the way I was raised. But I believe that you have to be not be afraid to admit that you don't know it all. And I think that's why we hire great people in this district, and why I don't have a problem with talking and working with BRISA and getting support from them as needed. And the last thing is, I don't think you can be afraid to make mistakes, learn from them, and move on. It's okay. I think doing all those things that I've listed above creates a mutual area of support and appreciation. Thank you.
Next question is mine. How have you been an effective communicator? Can you give some specific examples? What are some of the key strategies a superintendent should use communicating with various audiences?
I think that as my belief that as the leader or superintendent, doesn't really matter what your title is, you have to be able to inform, excite, motivate, and build trust in all stakeholders. So what I'm going to talk about is how I would deal with everybody. It doesn't really matter who it is. First of all, I've always had an open door policy in my positions, whether the principal or in my current position. People know that my door is almost always open. And so parents, staff, students can stop by at any time and have done so. I would always tell my administrative assistant, if someone comes in to see me and my door isn't closed and I'm available, I will take their concern or talk to them right then and there. I just think that's important. I think the second thing is you have to be an active listener. So you have to be open to listening what people have to say. They have something they want to get off their chest. You have to be able to lead and listen to what people have to say. I think you have to be truthful and be honest and talk from your heart, listen to what people have to say. But when you're talking and being truthful, I think you have to try to leave out the emotions. Second, and the last thing that I talked about was willing to admit mistakes, which I've said that before. Written communication is important, and I've tried to do that, especially this spring. I created a March leadership update, which kept the administrative team, the superintendent, and you as board members up to date on what I was learning when I was attending my curriculum directors meetings, also any state meetings that I went to, just trying to keep everybody up to date on how we should proceed with respect to the COVID crisis that's out there. The second half of that update was a spreadsheet that allowed principals and staff to put down some positives that were happening during that week, some challenges that were coming up, and also ask some specific questions as we kept those lines of communication open. I just think that it's important keeping all stakeholders in the loop. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Tobler.
Back to me. Please describe your leadership style. How does that leadership style work in the day-to-day operation of the school district? Would you describe yourself as having a proactive or reactive style?
I think that depending on the time, sometimes your leadership style may change just a little bit depending on the circumstances. But overall, I think my style now is collaborative. It may not have been that always in the past, but I believe in empowering people to do their job and let them do what they need to do. I've always believed that if you're hiring the right people and you give them the power to do what they need to do, they will get the job done. And I think as a leader at the middle school, you can look at the low turnover during my time as leader in this building, and that speaks volumes for what I expected from my staff and what I let them do on their own. The second thing is daily. When you're talking about daily operations, I think you have to be visible and show support. Obviously, in today's times, we may have to have more leadership meetings because of the COVID crisis. But I think with the strong leadership team that is in place within the district, that once we decide how we're going to move forward, they can implement whatever our plan is. When you're talking about my proactive versus reactive in style leadership, I think I am a majority of the time proactive in style. I am known for trying to think outside the box and think ahead and plan ahead. 3 or 4 examples. Number one, during the bond planning and implementation, we had meetings on a regular basis as a building, and we were given $100,000 by the bond committee, and working through that and being conservative and trying to look at how we could use things over and over again. Furniture, by the way, we were able to give $35,000 back to the district. Tech, we already talked about this. I'm trying to plan ahead of looking at how we can implement one-to-one at the elementary level. With respect to the COVID crisis, we've talked about that also, but being proactive and trying to get that information out there to the leadership team, put forth suggestions on how we need to proceed is vital. The one thing I'm really excited about is as we move forward next year, the state of Michigan is moving to a new online format called MySIP and how to work with school improvement plans. And that's dealing with the whole child. And so I've worked with the Barry and Risa consultants in that area, and we put together a 5-week, 1-hour-a-week session that all the administrators attended to kind of give us a head start on where we were going to go. And so I'm excited about that. I feel that gives us a jump start on where we're going to go. My current role, though, to be honest with you, does sometimes cause me to be reactive in nature. At this time of the year, there's a lot of concern out there with respect to how we're going to start the year, what we're going to do. And to be honest with you, I have to try to figure out how to finagle that in a professional manner so that we can move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is from Dr. Burnett.
Okay. This is going to be question number 10. It is essential that the board and the superintendent are on the same page and together are a high-functioning, effective leadership team. Briefly describe what you see the role of the board and the role of the superintendent should be, and what do you see as the key elements of great board-superintendent relationship?
Dr. Burnett, could you please repeat that question again? It was a little staticky.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can, thank you.
Okay. It is essential that the board and the superintendent are on the same page and together are a high-functioning, effective leadership team. Briefly describe what you see the role of the board and the role of the superintendent to be. What do you see as the key elements of a great board-superintendent relationship?
Thank you. First of all, when I look at the Board of Education and their role, I look at the board being the group that decides on and confirms policies and procedures along with regulations for the district. When I look at this role of superintendent, I see that superintendent as the CEO of a company, with the school being the company, and that the superintendent supervises daily operations, including the leadership team, principals and staff, and works closely with the board to make sure that we're doing things financially appropriate. And then I also think that obviously the superintendent has to promote high academics. From the standpoint of understanding the board and superintendent being on the same page, as you may recall, because some of you have been experienced as much as I have in the district, during my time as the interim superintendent, I felt it was important to keep those lines of communication open. And so I understand how important it is for the board and superintendent to be on the same page. When you start talking about how to create that board superintendent high level positive relationships, I think it's important for myself as the superintendent to keep up with weekly communications to the board and make sure that the board is aware of any potential concerns that might be out there. Obviously, as the leader, the superintendent reports to the board. And so I have no problem with making sure that there's positive two-way communication between the board. That might be 24/7. I mean, even now as a leader, I take phone calls on the weekends, emails on the weekends. So I think that you just have to understand that in that role as a leader, you are responsible for keeping in contact with the board. I'll put this on the table and some of you will chuckle. Those of you that know me know that I am an early morning person. And so I am at least one. So I'm in work between 5 and 6 a.m. I've always done that. I just feel that's a time where you can get some things done with nobody being around. And so I would be open to one day a week meeting with 1 or 2 board members for a breakfast, probably at 6 o'clock, because that's when Hilltop or Dow's opens up in town, as I'm well aware. But if that doesn't work for you, I would put on the table that I'd be happy to meet with you during dinner once a week, a couple of you. I just think it's important to continue to move forward as a group and be on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Womack.
Everybody in a leadership position has made mistakes. Describe one significant mistake that you have made. What was the fallout? How did you deal with it? And what did you learn?
As I've stated earlier, I don't have a problem with many mistakes. I think that I've been blessed during my time here. If we're looking at mistakes, I don't recall that I made a major mistake, but obviously if I'm looking at a mistake that I had to learn from, which I think is important, I'll go back to the bond. Keeping in mind that students and staff are number one. I became frustrated with however many change orders we were doing and not having them completed in an appropriate time and have to redo those over again. Since I was the leader of the building, so I was doing that plus the instructional side. I believed it was taking too long to get an air conditioning piece in. And to me, that was affecting my staff and students, because those of you who don't knew the old middle school, there were really no windows that opened up. Okay. And lastly, we had contractors that were being pulled off of the BMS site and they were being taken to another site, not in the Buchanan system. And so I believe we were having a walkthrough at the time, and someone made the comment that the AC piece was going to be another 2 weeks out. And I made a comment that I wondered if that part was at another job site that I knew people were working at, would that part have gotten ordered faster? You know, and obviously I was wrong. And obviously the superintendent at that time met me in my office the next day and had a discussion about how I shouldn't be saying that in public. And I agreed, I was wrong. I was standing up for what I believed in, but I had to learn a different way of doing it. And I did. And I professed to her that it wouldn't happen again and that I would handle it differently. And in the future, if I had concerns, I made a point to request a meeting with the contractor at the time or the consultant at the time, and we handled that internally. Thank you.
How will you hold staff who report to you accountable to high standards? And how will you ensure that administrators hold staff accountable to high standards as well?
First of all, I think when you're talking about high standards, that as a leader, you have to express your non-negotiables, and that's vital. And I've always told people that I believe in professionalism, treating people with respect, making sure that we remember staff, students, and high academics are number one. I believe that customer service is important. We're in a customer service organization today, so you have to remember that we need to have things completed in a timely manner. And then lastly, from a standpoint of communication, I believe in the 24-hour rule, and I've expressed that to my group that works for me, that you have 24 hours to get back to a parent or to a staff member. And I've told parents, I would tell them at my orientation that if that doesn't happen, please let me know. Okay, there are extenuating circumstances, but I think it's just important that you communicate with parents and staff. For those people that report to me, obviously, we need to make sure that they understand my non-negotiables. I would want to meet with them on a regular basis to make sure that the projects that they're working on or they're responsible for are being completed in a timely manner. I've always felt that if you have a concern with somebody, especially if they report directly to me, and even if they didn't, I have no problem being the personable person I am, that you go and talk to that person directly. I know there were some issues with some custodial services at the middle school over the years, and I just went and talked to them one-on-one, and we solved the problem. I didn't have to go to their boss or whatever, and they were appreciative of that. And so I think, again, treating people with respect helps you do that. Obviously, if you have to get into the written reprimand and plans of improvement, I've done that. For those of you that are on the board, have been here for a while, know that I have gone to the board with different issues with respect to how staff have handled and worked with students. I always try to address those concerns from the standpoint of thinking about my kids in that classroom and how would I think if that happened to my kid. And so sometimes as a leader, you have to admit to a parent, hey, we were wrong and we're going to fix it. And we did. I have had to encourage staff, unfortunately, to leave the teaching profession, and no one likes to do that. But I think if we're holding people accountable, being respectful, and keeping in mind that students are number one, we are doing well. From the standpoint of other administrators holding their staff accountable, I want to meet with them and look at their goals and understand how I can support them, keeping in mind that everything we're doing is responsible and looks towards the district mission. I believe that from the PLC standpoint, that principals, and I've said this before, principals are responsible for looking at their data, working with their teachers, making sure that they're changing their method of instruction to best support our kids. In the end, we have to look at accountability from the standpoint of we're trying to provide and should be providing the best education possible for our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ryder.
You've addressed this a couple of times, but we'll revisit. Schools may have to quickly develop outside-the-box responses to crises. How have you been keeping up on recent major issues such as COVID-19 or social and/or racial unrest? What has been the most successful and innovative idea dealing with crises which altered the organization or operation of schools? Why was that successful, or could you have done something differently in hindsight?
Obviously, we spent a lot of time talking about COVID and so on. And so just remembering that whatever weekly updates I've done, I've promoted forward. I attend Zoom meetings, webinars with the health department and area superintendents and relay that information. With respect to the social racial unrest, obviously I watch and read the news. I've had discussions with administrators and staff in the district on how that might affect our district. But just remembering that if we treat people with respect and we come from the understanding that everyone has a right to be heard and are considered positive members of our community, I think we're moving forward. From the standpoint of crisis, the middle school during my time as the principal was considered a focus school. And that's kind of odd because we've always had high test scores. And yet we were considered a focus school because the state looked at the gap between high and low scores. Even though there might have been other districts in the area that had just low scores, they weren't on the focus list, which is weird, but that's just how the state goes. The innovation was, and we've talked a lot about this, was bringing PLCs into the building and now into the district, which I lead that from the executive director standpoint. I think from the standpoint of what did we learn or how did it work? It worked because we worked as a team. We put forth the extra effort and time and we got off the focus list. And now the middle school and the district is known for increasing their scores.
Thank you, Mark.
Mr. Lee.
Okay, I have the last question for you.
All right.
What are the most important first steps a superintendent should take when starting in a new district?
I think when you look at the standpoint of starting in a new district or new position, you first of all have to look at community relations. I think in today's times, we talked about this before, there's a lot of concern out there with respect to the start of the school year. And so I think it would be advantageous for us to do some type of survey. We had over 150 people respond to the survey for this position. And so we would hope that there's a lot of parents out there that are asking me and teachers that are asking me, what are we doing? When are we going to start? When are we going to do this? So I think that survey would be important just to get at least an update and give people a chance to give their 2 cents. Second would be is if that doesn't work, hey, you can email me or call me, or maybe I need to have some meetings in the park. Okay. Community relations with respect to continue to work with the area superintendents, BRESA, and the local health department, and then working with local businesses to promote Buchanan. So community relationships, number 1, curriculum and instruction, finalizing the reopening plan, communicating that to all stakeholders, taking input, understanding we might need to think outside the box and should. Personnel, meeting with the leadership team, expressing my non-negotiables, then meeting with the local associations, including the teacher union, which I have a strong rapport with the leadership right now. And so I think that would be advantageous, opening up those lines of communication, keeping the board up to date, whether it's my breakfast or dinner option. Finance, meeting with the entire leadership team to make sure that we're being conservative and putting forth our best effort forward with respect to the money. Lastly, political, attending state organizations and meeting with local legislators as needed. That's not as important in my mind, but it's just something thinking of the whole picture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it's your turn now. Do you have a question or two you'd like to ask of the board, or do you have a brief closing statement you'd like to make?
I'll ask 2 questions and I'll have a closing statement if that's okay. All right. Mrs. Lesh, what is one area or one thing that's important for you as you think about the new superintendent?
Accountability.
Okay.
I
Could have guessed that. Could have guessed that. Could have guessed that just by the questions being asked.
Accountability.
Mr. President,
Yes.
what would be one positive that you would like people to know about the Buchanan Community Schools? Or one strength?
One strength of the Buchanan Community Schools. I think it's that our academics are coming on strong. I don't think that that's recognized in the test scores as well as it's going to be as we move forward.
Yep, I would agree with you on that. I think the district has worked hard over my time here. I think the leadership team that's in place is pushing that. I think teachers understand that. And so I look forward to continuing that conversation. After being in the district 18 years, I know that I'm more than qualified to be the next superintendent of the Buchanan Community Schools and continue the great things that we have in place right now. I feel that I have a strong working relationship with this board, with the teacher union, with the leadership team, and I look forward to retiring as a Buck. That's not anytime soon. As I've stated, I have 2 young kids. I'm an open book. I'm not going anywhere. I just look forward to continuing our conversations and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I appreciate the community being on board tonight and hope that I answered some of their questions they might have had.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have one last interview tonight.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Mark. Yeah, so we will adjourn this until 7:30 and have our last interview. It's more to submit any comments from the link on the website regarding our last interview.
would like to introduce our final interview. From the meeting. This is Kelly.
Welcome.
I have the hot seat.
Yeah, yeah.
Very odd to shake your hand, but know that
I
I would
know.
be doing that.
We agree.
Okay.
You'll need your headphones.
Yeah, and so you'll let me know when
Yes.
to put these on, right? Okay, very
We have
good.
6 board members here tonight, and Dr. Burnett is joining us virtually. So
Okay,
when he has
All right.
questions to ask, you'll need to
Wonderful.
have the headphones. Kelly, welcome. On behalf of the Board of Education, our staff, and our entire community, I want to extend a welcome and appreciation to you for taking the time to meet with us today. We're excited to learn about your candidacy to become our next superintendent in our district. Our goal is to have you interview at your best and feel as comfortable as you can, given the circumstances of COVID. We have 14 questions for you this evening and about 45 minutes designated for your interview. Don't hesitate to ask for clarification or for questions to be repeated. Some of the questions have multiple parts to them. With that, let's get started, and I have the first question.
Okay.
The members of the Board of Education had an opportunity to review your materials, but our audience members have not. Could you please share your educational background, positions you've held, and relevant experiences that led you to interviewing for this job today?
Absolutely. I am a proud graduate of Buchanan Community Schools and a 2-time graduate of Western Michigan University. When I received my bachelor's degree from Western, I came back to the area and I subbed in South County primarily. And I took a position with the Berrien County Health Department as a health prevention educator. And that brought me into elementary schools all over Berrien County, trying to educate them on making good choices, much like your role is. In the summers, I worked with residents of the Berrien County Juvenile Center during that time. That was a fantastic time. I learned a lot. I learned about Niles Community Schools opening an alternative education program, and I applied and I became a teacher in their new program there. I taught in alternative ed for 4 years, and then I transferred to the high school. I teach social studies, which I was inspired by one of your own. Mrs. Ryder was my teacher and social studies teacher at that. I was in Niles until 1990, well, actually till 2000. In 1999, I became aware of a position at Berrien RESA as a social studies consultant. And I applied for that position and I took that position. And I worked there 10 years, serving the districts of Berrien County and Cass County and the educators in those districts, mostly in social studies. But as I grew and learned, I expanded into doing data-driven decision-making, school improvement, and effective teaching strategies. That was 10 years of being able to learn from experts in the field of education, and a time that I really appreciate because it suited me well for the rest of my journey that I'm telling you about. In 2009, I was a victim of budget cuts, and I was unemployed for the first time since I was 15 years old. They cut all the content consultants at RESA that year. My daughter was graduating high school, and I decided I really needed to focus on that, and I opened up a consulting business at the time. I had a lot of contracts ready and set, and then I got a call from St. Joseph Public Schools. A friend there called and asked if I would be interested in applying for the Dean of Students position at the high school, and I did. I took that job. I did that role for 1 year, and I was promoted the following year to assistant principal and secondary curriculum director because there was not a K-12 curriculum director in the district. I did that until 2012 when our superintendent retired, and our new superintendent came in and she promoted me to the K-12 curriculum director, and I moved to central office, and that's the position that I hold today.
Thank you. The next question is from Dr. Burnett. So,
On the right
Can you
side.
hear me?
Thank you.
All right. Can you hear me, Kelly?
just give her a minute.
Okay.
Dr.
Okay.
Burnett.
I'm ready.
All right, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. This question here, certainly you have done your research on Buchanan Community Schools. What have you learned about our district? Why does the position of superintendent of schools appeal to you?
Okay, I'm going to start with the appeal. As a Buchanan graduate, as the grandparent of 4 children, 1 who is currently a student here and 3 who will be, Buchanan has always been my home and where I came from. So this is the only position of superintendent that I've ever applied for, and it's because it is Buchanan. My research on the district, let's see, I'm local, so I follow Buchanan closely. You don't have to do any research to know that the Herd is the student section that's envied by every other student section in the state. They're awesome. They're just awesome. I also have had the pleasure of being in this area for so long, of working with many of your administrators and some of your teachers. And I've known them to always be very passionate and proud to be serving the students and community of Buchanan. And that's a great feature to have. I have researched your budgets through the transparency reporting and your audits through transparency reporting and the board minutes. I know that you have a strong fund equity at 21%, which is very good to have because we are in really uncertain budget times. I also chose to research your academic achievement, and I looked at a 3-year time span from 2016-17 school year to the 2018-19 school year. I chose to look at your achievement compared to your peer districts, because to me that is the accurate look at how schools are achieving. It's much better than looking at the county level. It's apples to apples. It's other schools who look like you, who have the same demographics and the same budget and the same size. I was happy to see that in almost every instance you are exceeding all of your peers in academic achievement over that 3-year period. I also chose to look at suspensions and expulsions because that tells me a lot about the culture of a building. And I did compare you to peers in that regard as well. And happily, you do not exceed your peers in that data point, and you don't want to. So that was good to see. That tells me that the culture is strong. It's clear that Buchanan students are achieving. It's clear that united on a common front of what's good for kids with all stakeholders, that the achievement gap that exists with lower socioeconomic students can be addressed and closed.
Thank you. Mr. Dvorak. School districts today are facing financial challenges, especially districts the size of Buchanan. What has been your experience in budget development, monitoring a budget, and ensuring that the present funds and resources are focused towards raising student achievement?
The way I approach budgeting is to budget the plan. So if you work collaboratively to create strategic plans, district and building improvement plans that are about student success, and then you work to budget those, you're ensuring that your resources are going to sustain student success and help your staff make sure they're successful in that endeavor as well. When I became the Director of Curriculum and Instruction at St. Joe, I took on a state and federal programs budget and the whole program that was out of compliance. We were scheduled for an on-site review that same year that I took it on. And rather than run around and try to get everything done that I knew needed to be done, I said, we're just going to face the music. I'm going to take this as an opportunity to learn exactly what we need. I instituted internal controls and internal auditing systems to make sure that we stayed in compliance financially. We redesigned all of the job descriptions so that we were up to date and accurate. And we remained in compliance until now. We still are. My role is to oversee all the instructional staff. And our instruction is about 82% of our district expenditures. And to monitor those things, I also create not just state and federal budgets, but curriculum, instruction, assessment, and professional development. To monitor those is a close relationship with the CFO. I've had 4 CFOs at St. Joe, each one doing their own thing a little differently, each one teaching me a lot about the right way to do things and the complexities of school funding. So again, if you build your budget around your plan that's collaborative and around what's best for kids, your resources are going to go where they're most needed to help kids succeed.
Mrs. Wade.
This is a two-part question. What experience have you had in using technology as an instructional tool and a management tool?
Okay. Instructionally, we have implemented one-to-one and bring your own device programs in my time at St. Joe. And I think what sets us apart in that is our dedication to making sure and our commitment to making sure that we're training teachers to use it as a tool to enhance instruction. I've always been an early adapter to technology. I always try to model everything that I ask teachers to do or to use. We have had 2 learning management systems in the time that we were doing one-to-one and bring your own device. And each time I also created classrooms, just as our teachers did. I created classrooms for our grade level teams, for our department teams, our administrative team, and our district leadership team. So I wasn't asking them to do anything that I wouldn't do myself. I like to use technology. I like to model it when I'm doing presentations or professional development or in meetings, because if there's something that I'm doing, I want them to know that I'm doing it because it's something that they can adapt to their classroom as well. That's as an instructional tool. I guess, there's more in that. I'm really familiar with data and assessment warehouses. We currently use SchoolNet. We have all of our common summative assessments housed in SchoolNet, tied to state standards, so that we can get reporting accurately and quickly. We also are using that with formative assessments in many areas. The management side, Skyward we use for budgeting. Very familiar with that for budgeting and for personnel issues. I've been with several SIS systems, but PowerSchool is the most recent and the one with the most longevity. And there's something else I'm forgetting. Oh, I'm really familiar because I write the grants with the state grant management system and all the school improvement reporting systems that we use as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Ryder.
Kelly, this is question number 5. Raising achievement levels for students continues to be our district's focus. Describe your experience in implementing a guaranteed, viable, and rigorous curriculum following state or national K-12 standards in the PLC model. How would your instructional leadership ensure administrators and teacher teams use authentic assessment, the data from that assessment, and other strategies to ensure that classroom teaching and learning practices are impacting all student learning?
Okay. This is my wheelhouse. I have a proven track record of increasing student achievement. At a time when achievement was flat in St. Joe, it was still high, but it was flat. And also at a time when the poverty level of our students was increasing. And typically when that happens in a district, you're going to see scores dip a little. And in this case, we kept our achievement rising. The answers to the other parts of that question all fall under our PLC culture. Professional learning communities, I knew when I began working at the building level, again as an administrator, how effective they were. I had been to summits for professional learning communities with the DeForce who founded that. And I really wanted to see that work in a building, but me coming in and saying this is what we need to do wasn't the way to do it. So we worked to send teacher and administrator building teams over summers to the PLC institutes for 3 days immersion with the experts. And we kept doing that until we had the critical mass. And as we kept doing that, the excitement kept growing and it became the way that we do business in St. Joe. The 4 questions of a professional learning community answer the rest of your questions, Mrs. Ryder. The first question that we focus on is what is it that we want students to know and be able to do, and become really crystal clear, because what I may interpret that standard to mean may be very different than what someone else might. So we have those collaborative conversations. We look at standards that have longevity, that will help a student in the next class or the next course or year. And we look at standards that have endurance, things that will help them beyond the school walls. And we come up with our essential standards. We also talk a lot about the effective way to teach them. And that helps us get ready for question 2 of a PLC, which is how will you know if they know it? And that's where our formative assessment design and the data from that comes in. So we have the standards, we teach it, we assess the kids quickly and formatively. And then we use that data, which is question 3, how will you respond if students don't learn it? And that's our intervention. And when you have that quick data, and we look at big data too, we look at NWA, we look at Fontes and Pinnell, and even state testing. But that immediate, I just taught it, what else do they need, comes from those formative assessments. The data also informs the 4th question is how will you respond if they do know it? And that can be through extensions of the knowledge into deeper knowledge levels and taking them further into that to explore with projects and other based learning. We have created on this journey schedules that allow us to have intervention and extension time during the school day. At the secondary level, we call that go time, growth and opportunity time. And at elementary, it's what I need now time. And it's weekly at secondary, and it can be daily in the elementary. That data is used by our teachers. We also have job embedded PD time. We have late start Wednesdays. Students come 1 hour later, and our teacher teams are collaborating, talking about their students. You could go into any one, and they would be talking about their students and the data that they have from those formative assessments, and then talking about how they're going to group them for intervention and extension in those times. We also offer things during that time that help benefit students socially and emotionally, help them with college readiness, all kinds of opportunities in that model. It is a culture that we've built that is whatever it takes, and that all means all, and that they are our students because we share them.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee.
Why would you consider leaving your current job for a position as superintendent of Buchanan Community Schools? And why do you feel you're ready to make the move to superintendent?
I love my job. I value the relationships that I've built that have withstood difficult discussions. I take a lot of pride in the growth and leadership that I've nurtured in our teachers and our administrators. That being said, Buchanan I was compelled to apply. I was raised here. Buchanan is what nurtured my love of learning and led me to education. I have worked with so many educators who are Buchanan graduates from all different times, and that tells me that Buchanan is the place that instills that. And to be able to have the opportunity to impact other students, including my grandchildren, in that way to make them love learning and continue success at post-secondary options, whatever that might be, it just felt right. It felt like the right fit, it's the right time, and I'm ready to make that commitment. Can I add to that? I'm sorry, the readiness piece I didn't address. I have spent my whole career, I said I love learning, and I keep learning. I have known that I'm ready for the next step for a superintendency for some time. Been told that by my supervisors. I just, like I said, didn't have the right, nothing felt right, and this feels right.
Thank you.
Okay. What experience do you have in developing a culture of mutual and appreciation, of making a school a place where kids want to learn and staff members want to work?
So culture to me, and I describe the PLC culture, but that's really based on relationships. To have a professional learning culture that everyone feels they can trust and rely on their team is highly important. And that comes down to relationships, because you have to be able to be vulnerable with your team. You have to be able to ask for help and guidance if you are struggling, and you have to trust that they'll support you. And that's where it all comes down to, is building the foundation of trust and transparency and respect, and building those relationships, and doing that in a supportive and caring environment, so that it is a safe place to try things, and it is a safe place to maybe not succeed in things and to keep trying. The culture drives everything in a district. And if you don't work to nurture that, then you have problems. But if you have a culture of high expectations in a supportive environment, great things are going to happen and people want to be there.
Thank you.
I have the next question. How have you been an effective communicator? Can you give some specific examples? What are some of the key strategies as a superintendent should use in communicating with various audiences?
Okay. I consider myself to be an effective written and verbal communicator. I'm pretty concise and to the point. As far as specific examples, I'm going to use our recent building closure during COVID-19. Everyone around had one day to get everything ready to go. And we told our teachers that to please send extension lessons to kids during that time. Post something once a week in the learning management system, give them a week to work on that, and go from there. And then when the governor came and said, okay, we need a continuity of learning plan, and we developed that, we had to communicate that. And we set up, immediately I set up weekly Google Hangout meets with our teacher leaders. So our department chairs, core and non-core separately, because that's a big group, and with our grade level chairs and our administrators that work directly with them. We used that time to communicate, to stay on the same page, to have a clear understanding. If they weren't clear on what that plan was, then we needed to go back to the drawing board. They gave us good input. And as it was implemented, we were able to kind of take care of any issues before they became too big, because we had that regular communication. So we would meet with those leaders, the teacher leaders, and they would then in turn be meeting with their departments. So that was one thing that we put in place to make sure that we were having effective communication. As far as stakeholders, I'll start with the board. The board's up here at 30,000 feet, and your superintendent is your liaison between you and the troops on the ground. So the communication there has to be powerful and effective. And I think to begin, what I would do is meet one-on-one with each of you to try to learn your leadership styles, your preferred communication styles. And I would hope that that would then bring me to a point where I could provide weekly written updates so that you don't have any surprises and you know exactly what's happening in the school this week. And we keep that line of open communication because that's so important. As far as other stakeholders, communication is the key to keep them connected to the school. And there are multiple ways that you can do that. With staff, for example, email may be best, as long as it's, that you can see and not way too long. With families, it could be that it is phone calls home, automated calls home. It could be principal blogs. With community members, it could be newsletters, and it could be social media. But the job of the superintendent would be to find out the preferred and most impactful ways to communicate with each of those stakeholders.
Thank you. Back to Mrs. Tobler.
Please describe your leadership style. How does that leadership style work in the day-to-day operation of a school district? Would you describe yourself as having a proactive or reactive style?
Well, definitely proactive. That's all the planning, those collaborative plans. When you have a shared mission, vision, and value system, and you've developed collective commitments of all staff to uphold them, and you have a strategic plan that's about what's best for kids, then anything that happens can be looked at as how does it fit into these plans? And that helps you be proactive. That doesn't mean there's going to be never going to be situations where you have to be reactive, but it's always better to plan ahead and plan to be proactive, in my opinion. My leadership style is a servant leadership style. I operate with high ethics and integrity. I have a passion for helping grow leadership in teachers and other administrators. So I try to put other people and their needs first. I think my servant leadership style is why I'm here, to come back and serve the community I was raised in, is pretty powerful. It feels full circle. I lost it. Oh, the leadership style. Yeah, it's servant leadership. I am here to serve. We're here. We exist for kids. And that's exactly that style that I have to approach that.
Thank you.
Next question is from Dr. Burnett. So
Okay, thank you. I should have kept them closer. I'm here, Dr. Burnett.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
Very good. All right, this is question number 10. It is essential that the board and the superintendent are on the same page and together are a high-functioning, effective leadership team. Briefly describe what you see the role of the board and the role of the superintendent to be. What do you see as the key elements of great board-superintendent relationship?
Okay, great. It's 100% the most important relationship in a school district between the superintendent and the board. The role of the board is to set policy, to hire and evaluate the superintendent. And the role of the superintendent is to administer your policies. I think were I to have this job, to make sure that we had a foundation, a solid foundation of trust and clarity, because I believe clarity precedes competence. I might enlist the services of Michigan Association of School Boards to come in and work with us as a team to develop that foundation so that we are absolutely clear on our roles and can move forward to be highly effective in serving students.
thank you. Mr. Delapic.
Everybody in a leadership position have made mistakes. Describe one single mistake that you have made. What was the fallout? How did you deal with it? And what did you learn from it?
Okay. When I became a building administrator, I told myself I would always bring quality professional development to my staff that would help them grow, especially when it was a K-12 staff who were very different, because I remember sitting in professional development that didn't apply to me. And for the most part, I've done this except for this instance. As we've gone on this professional learning community journey, about a year in advance, I'm thinking about what's next. What is the next thing that we're ready for and ready to learn? And I have a district leadership committee that I utilize. They're made up of teachers and administrators. And I take a team always to what I'm thinking might be our next step, to kind of preview it and give me feedback. Are we ready for that? So we go and we talk. And in this particular case, the professional development was on creating ladders of knowledge and skill that bring the kind of the scaffolding of learning to get to that essential standard mastery level, and then to build assessments based on that. And the feedback was good. So I brought this person in. We had our K-12 opening day PD, and I looked around the room and I saw K through 8 teachers highly engaged, and I saw 9 through 12 not so much. They didn't complain. They were compliant, but I can read an audience, and I knew that I had failed at that moment. And the fallout is that I brought PD that was effective for some and not for all. It was boring for others. And I brought it to a group of teachers who trust me to help them grow. And I took that to heart to make sure that I always knew the readiness and became a lot more present in team times and in classroom time, so that I didn't misjudge readiness, and a lot more communication with administrators to that level as well. It hasn't happened since.
Mr. Fleisch.
How will you hold staff who report to you accountable to high standards? And how will you ensure that administrators hold staff accountable to high standards as well?
Okay.
Well, having high standards is the key to success in any organization. And I'm going to go back to that clarity precedes competence. When you're very clear about what your expectations and your standards are, staff, they are going to try to meet them. And sometimes they'll fall short. And in those times, it's when you have to have a courageous conversation. And the courageous conversation can maintain relationships because you're trying to focus on the situation, the behavior, and the impact, not the person. And you have those, you help set up a plan with supportive professional development, and you monitor that staff member towards their success or mastery of that expectation that you set. Sometimes it's still not going to work, and that's time for another difficult discussion. And as far as staff, the same thing with our administrators, that would apply to them as well, but also training them to have those courageous conversations is key. I learned so much in those kind of trainings on how to approach a situation that was difficult and have those discussions that are hard in a way that preserves relationships. And that's all about training. And if you set high expectations in a supportive environment, staff are going to grow and reach them.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ryder.
Schools may have to quickly develop outside-the-box responses to crises. How have you come up on the recent major issues such as COVID-19 or social racial unrest? What has been your most successful and innovative idea dealing with a crisis which altered the organization or operation of schools? Why did it succeed, or what may you have done differently in hindsight?
Okay. I try to stay current even in non-crisis situations. It just gets so much more heightened, and you have to come to some other sources in a crisis situation. I rely on my professional organizations. I rely on Michigan Department of Ed, the state of Michigan, Barry and RISA, and other ISDs or RISAs in the state. And I rely on my colleagues and the media to help keep current on those things. With regard to COVID, we created a plan. When we had to do the continuing of learning plan, I wrote the plan. We created a plan that ensured that our stakeholders, our students, and our teachers had the tools that they needed to be successful. Of course, devices and connectivity. That was first and foremost. The second thing was we were asking teachers to do something they'd never done and teach remotely. And so we had to make sure that we supported them with the appropriate professional development. We're very fortunate to have a tech integration specialist, now director, who was able to create a structure for us to have synchronous and asynchronous professional development for all of our teachers to understand the things that we were saying were expected in remote learning. And at one time, so synchronous and asynchronous means basically like your TV, you can watch it live or on demand. And at one time, we had about 100 teachers live taking the PD to help them grow. And there were many offerings, and they could access it at their own time as well. So we really made sure that we were clear and that they had the tools to do that. About 2 years ago, we started a focus group of our Black high school students. And that led to a fishbowl. Fishbowl means the students were in the center with a facilitator, and our whole administrative team was on the outside just to listen. What I heard was gut-wrenching, and we knew that we needed to take a long look in the mirror and try to approach and embrace our diversity. So we mobilized, we partnered with Lakeland Health, and we did diversity training, and the Out Center, I should say. And we did diversity training for our Board of Education, for our administrators, for our teachers, and for our staff. We also took a critical look at the novel choices in our secondary English curriculum, the whole group reads, and found a way to maintain the theme, but give students choice and voice in what they chose to read by instituting literature circles, or sometimes they're called book clubs. So they're all learning about the same theme and answering the same questions, but they're using a different text as their reference, and they have the choice in that text. MDE provided a African American Student Initiative that several of our administrators, including myself, took. It was a look at our implicit bias and a lot about white privilege. And it was not easy, but it was powerful and it was what we needed at that time. We also created a partnership with the Boys and Girls Club where they would come to our high school and provide programming after school for our students. A lot of students were waiting for rides, and this gave them something positive to do. And we had a lot of success with all those small endeavors. Things were taking off. But we knew we had to continue, as I said, looking in the mirror and trying to make sure that our classrooms and our hallways were welcoming spaces and safe spaces for all students. COVID came, it interrupted and disrupted more than learning, it disrupted this. And so we know that that is something we have to continue with and move forward. So some innovative things came out of that really difficult time. As far as what I would do differently, I would have done it sooner.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee.
So I have the last question.
Okay.
What are the most important first steps a superintendent should take when starting in a new district?
Okay. It's going back to building relationships, meeting your stakeholders, listening to your stakeholders to understand, listening to what their needs are, and taking all of that back and doing that all again with transparency, trust, and respect. When you listen to understand and you know what their needs are, you can take that all back to start planning and how to unite everyone under the common thread of making sure that students in Buchanan succeed. That would be the most important step, to learn to listen and to meet people and grow relationships. I have 2 ears and 1 mouth, and I would intend to use them that way.
Thank you. All right, it's your turn now.
It's my
You
turn.
get to turn the table. Do you have any a question or two you'd like to ask of the board, or do you have a brief closing statement?
I have a couple questions. Okay. As a board, where do you want Buchanan to be, or what do you want Buchanan to look like in 3 years?
I guess I get to field the question. You know, I had a similar question about what don't people know about Buchanan, and I really feel like we've put a lot of things in place that haven't been demonstrated in our test scores yet, in terms of the PLC, in terms of really being aggressive at the young ages with our education system. And I think you're seeing that at some point, but I think we could be better. And I think we want to raise that bar K through 12.
I agree.
And we're capable of raising that bar.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Do they have anything to add to that?
Okay. No? All right. Next question. So I describe myself as a servant leader. And by being on the board, you're showing servant leadership as well. So I'm wondering what's drawn you to take on this role to serve the Buchanan school community.
Go ahead, Ruth.
No,
Oh. Okay. Certainly, it is a servant position. I want to make the community better, and this is a community school. We have to. It all starts here. The kids start here. The future of the city is what we produce in this school. So that's what's drawn me to it. I have 1 child that's graduated from here already. I have 1 child in the system. But it's not about my kids. It's about all the kids that I see as I've worked my way through and been involved with, and raising that bar for all of them.
I'll add a little bit to that. Since I've been involved with Buchanan for 46 years as a teacher,
parent, board member. I'm like, this is my home. And I feel that being a member of the board continues that passion for the community students, and students are first.
Good answers. Anyone else?
For me, I would say, if I go back in history, I think academics really played a important role in my life and got me a lot further than I would without it. And I had school board members back when I was younger who played a role in my life. The last one, I was in college. He hired me during the summer and he gave me my first car in my sophomore year of college. They played a role in my life. I've always thought, I should serve, but I didn't when I first came to town. My kids were growing up, but of course, I finally matured. I'm like, now's the time. And now I've been serving for 10 years. So I just want to be able to get back. Probably not in a situation I'd give somebody a car, but I mean, when he gave it to me, I had to get it back. But I'd like to get back, and I hope it shows. I try and volunteer when I can.
Excellent.
I'll go next. I just have a passion for children, and I just want to make sure that each and every child is given the best opportunity they have to be able to learn and grow and work towards their future.
Excellent.
My turn. No. I come from a family of educators and I'm in law enforcement. So I also have a son that is going to be 5 at the end of the month and starting in Buchanan Community Schools. So I'm a giver. I've always been. I'm a servant, all the way. So I thought, why not vote for the school board? So I have been now 8 years. The term changed when I first got elected to 6 years. That's a long time. But I want to make schools safe for all kids. For my child, when I have to leave them in staff's hands for a lot of hours of the day, I want to make sure that staff feel safe and administrators feel safe and students feel safe and my child is safe. So I just want to give back and support Buchanan Community Schools where I graduated. So
Excellent.
Yeah, and Buchanan has become my adopted home, and I really appreciated how I've been accepted in Buchanan, and I really want to give back. It's a great place to live, great place to learn, and I'm very happy to do it.
Excellent.
I have one other thing.
Okay.
For years, I taught that democracy was not a spectator sport. So I decided to run and actually model for my former students. So here I am.
Excellent. Should I put my earbuds on for Mr. Burnett?
Oh, yes.
Dr. Burnett?
Yeah, actually, I wasn't going to say anything, but because everybody else. I guess the reason I'm part of school board, part of that has been history as far as growing up and being encouraged to be a part of civic engagement. My mom growing up in Detroit, and then also being a part of law enforcement and being part of community policing is also part of being a connection between our local police department and the school board, as well as because my kids went to school at Buchanan, wanting to make sure that they had the best education possible. I mean, we've got some good teachers, administrators, great community, and wanting to make sure that we support that all students receive an excellent education, not only with academics, but also the social aspects that come with that Buchanan can provide and has provided. We still have a ways to go. We still have to deal with diversity issues and things of that, even amongst reflecting at from the community and with our staff. But that's why I've been a part of this for a while. I guess a long while.
long time.
Great. Thank you. I think I would hire all of you, so that's great news. I appreciate being here and given this opportunity. And I wish you luck. I know that this is about fit, and I hope that I'm that fit for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Billy.
We've had, I think I can speak for the board and say we've had 6 tremendous candidates.
Yeah.
We're very blessed to have that challenge in front of us to make a
luck.
selection.
Yeah.
So
Good luck.
You have the best name.
Thanks, Beth.
thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Bye. Good night. Bye, Kelly.
Now we're going to take, well, we've all got some reading to do. Yep. And you will want to take some time to do that. So I don't know if you want to say 20, 25 minutes, something like that. 20 minutes at least. Is that enough? Okay, so
8:45.
8:45.
Okay.
Just FYI, because
Turn
it's
it 8:45.
Stand by. Harvey's talking.
I'm
Sorry. Go ahead, Harvey.
it's getting just because FYI it's getting late and I have kid care duties. So, I couldn't hear what the next part of this is, but I can't stay much longer. So what was the next part of that?
We were going to need to read our comments from the community. And then we have to pick our,
Make our candidates for second interview selection.
Okay. What I can do is I can send something in an email real quick.
Okay.
But I do have to do that because I've already been taken away a lot for the last 2 days from doing responsibilities that I'm supposed to be doing. So,
Okay.
so I'll just send an email with that real quick.
okay.
With the last bit of comments from Mrs. Godesky's output.
Okay.
Okay, we will look for your email and we will resume the board meeting at 8:45.
All right.
Thank you. Our next action is to select candidates, and Mark, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Hey, thank you, Mr. President. And thank you and kudos to the board on the job you interviewing and the criminal crime standards here. And your patience and your professionalism was very much appreciated. Hopefully, you heard some things that you really liked in the interview process over the last night. So, as we got a lot of work to do tonight here, I want to start with a question. Is there anything that any of you would like to share that resonated with the interviews? Some of the things that you really liked from some of the various candidates? Anybody can jump in.
I'd like to say we had 6 very strong candidates, and then we have a tough decision ahead of us.
It's going to be a very difficult decision to narrow this group of 6 a little bit and then to narrow it to a final individual. It's going to be very, very difficult. We heard excellent candidates with some excellent comments and ideas and so on. So it's going to be a tough job.
I'm very pleased that you were happy with the people who interviewed and the performances during the interview. Anything from any particular candidate that you liked? Anything you would about it? You want to share?
I'll start. Just a few comments about Brian Brown. I was really impressed with his question on what have you done when something went wrong, the problem-solving question, and his comments about owning the new credit program that they were trying to install and what he learned from that. Obviously, that was a long time ago, and it was a life lesson for him that stuck. And I think it's so important as an administrator, as a leader, to involve people and to work as a team, as a group, and utilize all those resources.
Really says something about a person when they really admit a substantial mistake, doesn't it?
Since I'm the teacher of this group and have worked with curriculum for, a half a century now, I was really impressed when the candidates spoke about their curriculum background and a K-12 curriculum background. And so I was particularly impressed with Trish and her information about her curriculum concerns and activities. Obviously, Kelly had those similar answers. Mark Curlin and also Don. I think those 4 have the broadest curriculum concepts and the broadest curriculum background. And since school is about education, to me, that's very, very important.
Good.
I think for Brandon, one of the big ones was the inspect what you expect. So I love that part of being a leader is making sure that they're doing what you are expecting them to do. So that accountability piece. I like his knowledge on the technology, especially now that we're dealing with the COVID crisis, and that we might be e-learning. And so he has a lot of that background experience.
James, what resonated with you?
James, you're in trouble.
I mean, I think there's not one complete candidate but I do agree with like the curriculum discussions that Ruth had talked about with obviously Kelly had a strong background with curriculum. I know Mark Curlin's has a year under his belt as our curriculum director, and of course Dot. When I say Dorothy, But obviously she's already living it now as a superintendent. There's some of them I think have a very good calming demeanor. I think Patricia does. Kelly. I mean, I've known Brian for a while, so he's definitely one that's very calming and collaborative and lots of, so there's pros and cons of all of them. It's going to be a very difficult decision.
It would be nice if we could take a little bit from each of the sets, but unfortunately, we can't do that. That would be a movie that none of us want to watch. I think it's important to find a candidate who has a well-rounded background with a diverse K-12 background. And we've got some really dynamic candidates in that respect. And I was also taken by what individuals saw as the COVID-19 response. But I think one of there were two that kind of jumped out about the other part of that question about social and racial unrest. And I thought Kelly, with her answers, she thought about that. And obviously Tricia's thought about that for a bit as well because of her career in her former district. So I think those are some things that kind of jumped out to me.
Excellent. Dr. Burnett, do you have some thoughts about the things, some of the interview pieces?
He emailed us.
Yeah, he's not on, but he put what?
I'd comment that I was really thought last night's interview group was great, just from the standpoint we had such a diverse group. I mean, one person was technology was their thing, the other person finance was their thing, the other person curriculum was their thing. So it was just neat to get perspectives from those diverse groups.
And also they were very diverse in their personalities.
They were.
And we have to find the fit for this particular district. And even today, tonight we had, again, a very diverse personalities, and we have to take that into consideration. And yeah, it's hard.
Yeah.
We've had excellent interviews.
It's going to be very hard. I think Brian, for one, taught me the zero budget first, and then just how he engages his staff first, and then works toward what the kids' needs. I really like that. That he does have the business and the finance, and but he also has experience as a teacher too. So I really like Brian's info.
Sandy, what do you think?
I really liked Kelly's curriculum background. Patricia Robinson, I thought she had good experience. But then again, all of them, it's going to be hard. I'm sitting here trying to think of how to narrow it down.
So you got lots and lots of feedback from audience members. Is there anything that stood out to you and the audience feedback that you want to mention at this time? I know you spent a good deal of time reading it. You read it last night, you read it this morning, and you're reading it again today or tonight. Anything about you?
I appreciate the comments. I mean, that's a whole different from our last superintendent search that we didn't have. And I thought it was going to be helpful, and it was actually made things a lot harder. But I do appreciate them. I actually liked the comments with the teachers' names at the end of them, because it really, to me, we're picking, their boss. So to see some of those comments were very helpful. And I appreciate everybody taking the time.
One of the comments about Dorothy Blackwell was her background in grant writing, and some of the feedback from the community indicated that, well, we could use some grant writing in this community. And they really liked her food program with 170,000 meals. I can't count that high. So I thought that was interesting.
The part though that people did comment over probably 5 or 6 times was there's a fraud investigation and it was back in 2014. She was not even the superintendent at that time. You verified it through MASC just to double check. So,
She didn't even start till 2016.
right. So anyway, just letting the community know that.
It's interesting that fraud investigation is still ongoing.
Yeah. Well, if you read the names, the players and the fraud weren't even her name.
Right, right.
You know, I think that all the comments, the questions, suggestions, from the public, just, there's so much diversity to the opinions. We've heard, it gave us an opportunity to hear from staff. It gave us an opportunity to hear from other community members, and put different, forces us to walk in their shoes and put some different hats on and look
Yep.
at the candidates. So, I really appreciated all of that. And it's framed my thinking in many cases, or at least made me answer some questions or created questions that I'm going to have to ask for the next round because they've brought good points forward. So,
Well, then my question to you is there at least one person that you want to bring back for a second round interview?
I'll throw out a name.
I will too.
Okay.
Well,
Not throwing out.
it's time to
Get
do
mine
that.
Okay, I would
Well,
like,
there wasn't that many heads, and that definitely there's people you want to bring back, or at least one person, so.
So are you gonna start or do we just,
I'm gonna start, I don't care where we start, we'll go around the table. from that
I'll
point.
start. Okay. Patricia Robinson.
that was gonna be my first one.
And can we say Harvey's first? I mean, he emailed us his,
Yeah, how do you want to add Harvey in?
can we add
Well,
Harvey?
we're doing straw poll, so we can do that. He can't vote on the final if he's not.
No, right.
Straw poll. Are you familiar with what we said?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You want to give me one off his list, or you want his whole
Yeah.
list?
I mean,
Go ahead.
Patricia Robinson.
Okay. All right, James?
Only his mama.
Turned all red too.
That's the sunbird. I'm gonna say Kelly.
Okay, Chris?
Brian Brown was high on my list.
Kelly?
Brandon. Mark Curlin.
Brian Brown. So many good candidates, and we've hit on. Well, we're probably going to hit on all of them before we're done tonight because I think that probably every one of them touched somebody. But Brian and Patricia and Kelly were really high.
Jim?
I would say Brian Brown.
Chris?
Kelly.
Kelly?
Patricia. I'm not sure if you got my Patricia earlier.
Yeah.
I did.
Are you taking vote from each of us?
Yeah,
This is
I'm
us.
trying to away from everybody.
So everyone will get 3 votes or 2 votes or?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd say everybody give 3 votes. so
Oh, okay.
comes out, okay?
I will throw out Scott Blackwell.
Now, is that your second vote?
Sure.
Okay. And, okay, Mr. President,
Kelly.
that's your second vote. Sandy,
Kelly?
and does Harvey have another one on there?
Yeah. Hold on. Oh, I wrote it down. Mark Curlin was his second.
Okay. Go over to Chris. Do you have a third one?
Patricia.
Kelly.
Kelly.
Patricia.
Mine is Brandon. And Harvey's is Dot Blackwell.
And Kim.
Tough to hear. I'll say Mark.
Okay, so tally-wise, what I have is Patricia Robinson, 6, Kelly, 6, Brian and Mark, 3, and Brandon and Dot, 2.
Could you do that one again, please?
Patricia had 6 straw votes, Kelly had 6 straw votes, Brian had 3 straw votes, Brandon 2, Mark 3, Dot 2. So it looks to me like you got 2 that there's real strong consensus for, and then the question is if you want to go beyond that.
Yeah,
I would like to go beyond that.
I would like to go beyond that.
Okay,
Because
So
I didn't
then we have 4 that are 3 or higher.
but I didn't
Okay.
get the vote for my third.
You didn't get to vote?
Well, no, I didn't do, I don't know. I didn't get it like the last time. I don't think I don't know.
tell me. I'm sorry.
Brian, I would like Brian.
Okay.
Draws a line.
So that
So
would
we
be,
still have,
Bring 4 in.
we'd still have 4. Mark, Brian, Kelly, and Tricia.
Well, Brian and Mark were 3 and 3.
Not Brian's 4.
Brian.
Now Brian's 4, so
Right,
that would be the
right.
3.
Oh,
If you have 3, you might as well have 4.
well, that's what I was thinking.
That's fine.
We're gonna,
I would be more comfortable with 4.
Okay.
That's my personal opinion. Everyone has their own.
yeah, I would, but
I would support 4.
I'm okay with,
You're okay with 2?
I'm okay with 4.
Oh.
Also,
okay, it sounds like we've got a consensus on that. We don't need to take action on that right now. We will in a second. It sounds like Patricia, Kelly, Brian, and Mark. So with 4, that's going to make for an interesting format. If you, we talked a little bit about, do you want to do some participation during the course of the day where people can tune in? If you wanted to do it all in one day, you could do sessions where anybody, you wouldn't have to just, you wouldn't have to say, have a staff session and have a community session, just have it all at once, and, someone like myself would ask maybe 6 questions over a half hour or something like that. People can do that. And then you could have interviews tonight. Kelly, you talked about doing a half hour.
Right.
Because people will have seen it during the course of the day. So you could do it all in one day or one evening if you wanted to do that.
Okay.
It's a lot, but it's kind of time for you to talk about what kind of format you want to have.
and then deliberation on a separate night.
You could do all that and then have deliberation on the second. On the second night, you can go Monday and Tuesday that way, if you want to.
one advantage is the fact that all 4 of these are local. And so that's one advantage, and it will make it easier to do our background information and so on, I would think. And if we limit it to a half-hour presentation, or, back and forth, that's a 2-hour.
And you wouldn't need to have a start with the presentation either. I mean, you could move right into questions or something wrong with that.
And this interview is more, you said more of that presentation style or unknown questions that we come up with, or whatever we decide.
They're not going to get questions in advance.
Right.
So I'll take the questions that came on the audience feedback form, I'll collect those. You can email any questions you want to add to that list. But really, interview is for you to ask those things that you want to ask.
Yeah.
Specific to each candidate.
That was that back and forth
Yes.
with all of us, right?
They should be going back and forth. with you.
Okay.
Okay. Half hour isn't a whole lot of time. You probably, maybe each get to ask one question for the care about. But you've got a lot of information now, and I think for people that are watching this online and that kind of thing, hiring a person is a lot more than the interview, right? I mean, it's carefully looking at screening materials. It is the interview. It's calling references. It's looking at what the past track record and that kind of thing. And yeah, the interview is part of it. Audience feedback is an important part. So it's not just coming down to a half-hour interview. You're gonna find out an awful lot over the next week in these calls. Bring back for candidates. We have a lot of calls. Okay, and I would encourage each of you to make at least one call or contact on each candidate.
And you sent the information about the questions that we should ask, the references.
Yes, and I'll pull those up in a second.
Okay.
How do we share that information with the rest
You
of the board?
email it to me, and I will collect it. Try to summarize it, pull it to as much as you can.
Okay.
When you send it, I'll collect it, and I'm not gonna differentiate by who said what. I'm just gonna collect these are what the references say. Okay, just like we do with the audience feedback form, you didn't know who it came from.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
And should we decide who's going to call, or we can call whoever?
We'll talk about that in just a second.
Okay.
So you've got some other actions you gotta do Monday night. So do you want to start your regular meeting?
We
We're not
talked,
ready to start.
We usually start at 6, but we talked
we
about
talked about,
5.
So you want to start at 5 and you want to start interviews right at 6?
I think that,
I don't think we,
I don't think it'll take that long.
I
It's
don't,
not that big of a packet,
5:30?
correct?
And we could- we could, yeah.
Community dialogue.
Yeah, that's, no.
5:45.
5:45. And if we're a little off, we're off.
So the board meeting's at 5,
You
the
want to
interview's at
schedule like 45 minutes apart? 40
Yeah.
minutes apart?
Yep.
40 minutes apart? 45.
45.
45, we
apart,
may
and
need a break in there.
We'll go
Yeah.
30 to 35 per.
Okay. So you got 5:45, 6:30, 7:15, and 8 roughly.
Okay.
Of course, you can take a break if you want. Okay. Do you want to have a time when community members and staff can do Google Meet with folks, or is that not important to you?
No, I think that's super
I
important.
think it's important.
This is
I agree.
before,
Yeah.
during the day sometime.
And you'll do the same thing, summarize comments.
I'll do just like I did today when those comments are on the audience feedback form, and I'll copy it and send it out to you. I'm just gonna do one session that anybody can jump in and hear a few basic questions.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and just set those up, and I'll need some help from Michelle, Bill, will do that kind of thing for me.
Okay.
Okay, so, we have a lot done here. Reference checks. So I'm going to share a document here. And the first one is kind of who to call. Can you see that?
I have a copy of that, so I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Especially those that got a spelling mistake at the top of it, and I just noticed now, I think that red underline would have jumped out before that. Here are some people that you can call. So if you're, if you're talking, just use Brian Brown for example. Use Brian Brown for an example. Typically, like the Board of Education president would call board presidents in the other districts. That would be a natural thing.
Okay.
Do you feel okay about that?
Sure.
You'd be able to find a board president to call him Mark. That's a joke. Maybe one other board member in each district, one of you could do that.
Would it help if each of us took, so we call the board president for each of the board candidates? So
Yes.
Is that
Yes.
what we're working on
Yeah,
here?
try to call the same,
Okay.
same kind of.
Okay, so you have yours.
Yes.
I'm going to call board
So
president.
this is going to do board presidents.
Okay.
Okay, superintendent or supervisor, who would want to do that? Ruth?
I can.
Teachers union president,
I will.
okay? And you're gonna have to do a little digging to find these if you need some help.
good.
A civic leader or a law enforcement person, something like that.
That should be Kelly's.
What's
Oh,
that?
let Harvey do that.
Harvey, yeah.
Okay.
Email him.
Other.
ISD superintendent.
Well, that's something.
What is it?
That's the same one for all of them?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll do that.
James, you can do that.
So you can also add to that a little bit.
Well, because we have 8 here and Jim can do 2 now.
It would be a reference for one of them, so.
Yeah.
Well, calling references that they have. Maybe if you want to go to their resume and somebody wants to call
I'll
a
do that.
reference for each one.
I'll do that.
Jim can help.
Community member or parent, someone who's been in a civic organization with someone, or parents in the community.
How do we identify them? I'll do it, but how do we?
You can ask a candidate for a couple names, that kind of thing. It's going to be a mix of people that they don't know and people that they do. I mean, they're.
I think I can come up, like for different districts, I could probably come up with people and we could share it out so that you have those
You could call.
quality people to call.
Some of these.
Did everybody get somebody? If you,
Jim?
Jim, if you've only got the ISD superintendent, you can also do a board member besides the president of each district. Everybody got marching orders on that?
Yep.
I actually worked with somebody who's a board member at Trish's school, so.
There you go.
And if we think of someone else, any of us could do an other.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
And when would you like these by? Friday afternoon or?
Well, that'd be great if we got by the weekend.
Right.
I can get that information back out to everybody. Let's see, how do I stop presenting?
Down to lower right, I think.
Because I do want to show the questions too.
Well, you can present the questions on it.
Or I can probably
Okay,
just kind of
I'm-
click on that document, try it, see what happens.
I have a question. I'm to call the superintendent of River Valley, and that's Brian Brown right now?
Well, I'd call the former superintendent.
And how do I,
Is he available? Call Brian.
It's in his contact stuff.
okay.
is it?
Oh,
I'm
okay,
pretty sure.
okay,
On his
okay.
resume, or
Oh,
the other information.
okay. I'll figure it out or call you.
Okay, and I think I emailed this list of questions for the references.
Mhm.
Again, you're free to ad lib on this, but basically, how do you know the candidate and that sort of thing, and leadership style gets into, what are a couple of important things that the person's done, 2 strengths or weaknesses. These are all suggestions. Again, you don't have to ask every one of these questions. Number 6 is important. If it's employer, would you rehire? Or if it's coworker or something like that, or even a parent, would you like to see that person rehired if they were to leave? Anything else you want to share? And if there's anything specific in the candidate's application materials that you want to follow up on, like if you saw a whole employment, like they were employed up to 2014 and then they didn't start again until 2016, see if you can find some information about that. And then as you get that information and you send it to me, also think about questions to generate from that. Okay?
Okay.
What else do we need? We'll do audience feedback again during those interviews. So when the interviews are all said and done on Monday night, we come back Tuesday. Is that what you decided?
Yeah, so you can feed us all that information.
We'll get to that information again, and then on Tuesday we'll come back and deliberate. What time is Tuesday's meeting going to be?
Is that 6?
6 o'clock.
A normal,
A normal one?
is that okay?
Yeah.
That's fine.
That won't be as, I don't know how long it'll be, but
I mean.
Shouldn't be
is it okay,
crazy.
guys?
it should be, it won't be 3 hours.
It's, someone was going to communicate with Dr. Burnett about his questions and everything like that.
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Well, I think you got through an awful lot here.
Okay.
With that, I will,
Well, somewhere.
Did you say on Tuesday we bring it down to the 2?
No.
What's
Is that
that?
our goal? Oh, that's 1. Okay.
Yeah, I think you want to find out your person, and the action item should read, to begin negotiations with,
Oh, okay.
we'll begin negotiations with one candidate to be superintendent. You talked about, at one time about doing site visits, in this case, when you know the candidates, when they're all local, you have the ability to make all the calls you want. I just think it would be awful difficult to try to pull something like that off.
Yep.
I agree.
But reaching a decision Tuesday would be great. You can start negotiating with that person right away. The salary you're offering is, I don't think you can have trouble bringing anybody in that range. When you get a new person inked, regardless of when that new person officially starts, it's my recommendation as your consultant that you start involving that person on the important decisions in the district as soon as possible. Not necessarily that they get to make all the decisions. I mean, that's you hear that kind of thing. But I'll give you my personal example on that. When I was first hired in Fenville, and I wasn't prepared for any of that. I got an email from somebody, and they were asking me for permission to go to a conference from Fenville. I'm still a middle school principal at Scottville at the time. I'm like, I don't know if to go to the conference or not. I mean, that's a decision that should never come my way. But they had to hire a new assistant principal at high school. And they let me know about it, and they said, do you want to be involved? I said, yes, I want to come down and conduct those interviews. You know, so those kind of important staffing decisions, this is going to be this person's leadership team and the team they're going to move forward with, and that kind of thing. And that's no knock on court administration or, you know, decision-making like that. You just want that person, in my estimation, to start weighing in on those things, whether they're starting in 2 weeks or 2 months, for what it's worth.
Can I say something? I have a concern, and I understand with the COVID and everything, but I feel that we failed a little bit this last time when we did not make a site visit. How do
People
we?
complained about it. Yeah.
I mean,
Not only that, we didn't check reference, the same way we're doing.
correct.
Yeah.
So I just want to talk through it. I mean, do you feel that, I mean, I don't think if we went on a site visit, there would be anyone there anyways.
I'm going to take these off for a second because I can't hear you.
I don't think there would be anyone at a site visit if we went there anyways, correct?
No, they're not supposed to be in the building.
I think these reference checks are something we didn't do last.
Yeah,
time.
which will
Can
help.
fill that in.
Okay.
That would be my hope, is that
And
the
there's
reference checks are going to be our site
Right,
visit.
right. I was involved when we hired Diana Davis, and we went to a site visit. It
Uh-huh.
was in the middle of the winter. We almost didn't make it to the one back, blinding snowstorm. But I found that when we did those site visits, they sent you to the people they wanted you to see
Yeah.
and talk to. And I think this, in my estimation, this would be a much better situation
Okay.
to get information that's not the story. It's not the line.
I just
You
wanted
know,
to discuss it because that was heavy on
because
me.
other than the references,
Which
these
they
are,
didn't have either. I mean,
I
they
don't
told us
remember.
everything. So
Yeah.
this is way more involved
Yeah,
than
this
we've
is
ever
much
done.
more
I'm so
transparent,
happy we went this
is
route.
the phrase I'm looking for.
And that's
Um,
true.
Yeah.
I remember that we sat in the blinding snowstorm, and that was the time that we talked with that individual, but it wasn't as transparent.
Okay.
And it was all scripted, basically. We'll
Yeah.
go visit this person
Right.
and go visit that person, and they said glowing things. So I think this is a much better system, even though we won't be physically there, we can
Right.
FaceTime if we need to.
Correct. Okay.
So that's
Here's what I
my
think is-
humble opinion.
I appreciate that. And here's what I think is very important in that process. Your community gave you a clear mandate to not settle, right? You need somebody that's going to be excellent for our district.
You got to put your headphones on. People can't hear you without your microphone. Sorry.
At least the one.
Just the one. Sorry.
So you had a clear mandate from your district, don't settle, get somebody that's excellent and somebody
Correct.
that you'll be happy with. So if you get to Tuesday night and you feel like you haven't vetted your candidates enough, delay it for a week or, you know, 2 or whatever you need to do so you're absolutely sure.
Okay.
Because I want to be sure.
Yeah.
Anything else for me?
No, that was my only concern.
I will get information out tomorrow with Michelle, so we can get information to the community on these things. And
Does the community still have a way to, now that they know that we have these 4, that they can send specific questions, or we use what we have? You don't have any other process?
I can put that in the email when I invite people to participate in, you know, a Google Meet with the candidates, that they can send me questions that I
Because
can.
there's some good ones in there that we can use too to vet, so.
Excellent. You're gonna get overwhelmed, though, I'll tell you that.
Right, right. I'm like, we do
You're
have a
not gonna
lot,
have
but
a time and a half hour anyway, but,
Yeah, there are.
so you wanna be real careful and thoughtful and,
Picking your questions.
okay?
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
thank you.
On a hard work.
And I just want to say again, we had 6 outstanding candidates.
Absolutely.
As we saw there. I'm excited. Wish them all the best. That being said, I'm going to make the motion
Yes,
to. Go ahead.
okay, I will. I make the motion that the Buchanan Board of Education offers second round interviews with the position of superintendent of schools to the following candidates. Brian Brown, Kelly Godesky, Mark Herlin, and Patricia Robinson.
Support. Is there any discussion we have left at this point? Roll call, please.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Dr. Burnett? Is he?
No, he's
Okay.
not.
Okay. Mrs. Ryder? Yes. Mrs. Tobler? Yes. Mr. DeBlanick?
Yes.
Mrs. Lesh?
Yes.
And Mr. Wentworth?
Yes. Questions and comments for board members?
I have one.
Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciated the questions from Bill Martin. I blanked the name. I really appreciated those. I've seen them on multiple Facebook posts and other social media. They're excellent questions that are out there all over the world right now. And they are questions that everyone is trying to deal with. So I appreciate that Mr. Martin brought those to our attention.
Thank
And
you.
I had a conversation with someone who's really on the committee to look at what is our reopening plan or online plan. And I said, I'm gonna forward you these, because when you're done, you're gonna wanna have like an FAQ to each one of these.
Right.
Anything else? Next board meeting, Monday, July 20th at 5 PM. And we'll get that notice out of the change of time. Thank you, Michelle. The meeting is adjourned.